Chapter 993. The immortals that filled the sky flew over like locusts. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They were densely packed and filled everyone's eyes. They were simply uncountable. They stood in formation in the air, the huge mechanical immortal beast beside them. Everyone looked like they were ready to go, ready to fight at any moment. Surging immortal chi filled the entire Dali Ling Long Palace. The endless killing intent seemed to pierce through everyone's heart. Seeing such a scene, Kuei Yang was stunned. Kuei Si was dumbstruck. Even the arrogant Xian, you did not dare to say a word. What's going on? Lang Zhu recovered from his daze and became furious. He yelled at the elders around him. Why did the enemy rush into the sect? Where's the mountain gate enchantment? Where are the mountain gate guards? Are they all gone? All the elders were at a loss. They did not know what was going on. Only when the second elder rushed over with 2 disciples did they know what was going on. Reporting to Mistress, Vice Mistress, there are a lot of spirit cultivator outside. There are too many of them. The barrier around the mountain gate was almost instantly shattered, and the disciples guarding the gate could not hold on any longer. They directly charged in like a hot knife through butter, and no one could stop them. The second elder said helplessly, "Impossible." Kuei Yang snorted. Although he frowned, his face did not reveal any fear. He said, "How many people are outside? Can they be more than the people of my Dali Ling Long Palace?" The second elder hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said in a low voice, "Palace Master, the people outside might really be more than the people of Dali Ling Long Palace. A rough estimate, at least 600,000 immortals. 600,000? Kuei Yang felt as if he was struck by lightning. The surrounding elders and elites were all stunned. They looked at the second elder in a daze. Who could believe his words? No one dared to believe it. 600,000? How could so many immortals suddenly appear? This was already the combined strength of a few immortal sections. What are you talking about? 600,000 immortals are outside my palace? Lang Zhu took 3 steps forward and grabbed the second elder's sleeve. He shouted angrily, 600,000 immortals are approaching our Dali Ling Long Palace. Why didn't you notice? Are you all useless? Not only are they fast, but most of them are also using invisibility celestial artifacts to conceal their auras. They must have come prepared, Vice Palace Master. The second elder said helplessly. Speaking of which, the blame wasn't on him. He wasn't responsible for the defense of the Dali Palace. Damn it! Lang Zhu shook off the second elder. Second elder staggered and almost fell to the ground. You don't have to panic. Although the other party has come, they have yet to attack us. It can be seen that they're not here to attack our Dali Ling Long Palace. At this time, Kuei Yang took a deep breath and said calmly, "Immediately issue the most urgent order to gather all the disciples. The other sect leaders, go and command the disciples of each palace and wait for my command. Although the enemy is coming fiercely, we won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. We can only fight against them by gathering all the strength we have. Go now." Understood. The other elders turned around and left. The entire Dali Ling Long Palace was in an uproar. Kuei Yang's feet tapped on the ground and soared into the sky. He stood at the same level as Su Yan. He wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at the people flying behind Su Yan. He didn't know Xiang Yang and the Circle Demon, but he had met Xing Bai and Qin Qianlong before. Especially Qin Qianlong, the famous supreme elder of the Hidden Dragon Hall. How could he not know him? Carefree Palace. Hidden Dragon Hall? What are you guys doing? Kuei Yang bellowed. Qin Qianlong didn't say anything. He just looked at Kuei Yang. Su Yan, who was standing in front of him, opened his mouth. Palace Master Kuei Yang, there are many things you don't know. I don't want to explain it to you, because I can't explain it to you in a short period of time. Today, I only have 2 requests. I will give you half an incense worth of time to consider. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Su Yan said indifferently. Hand over the person, and then hand over the exquisite long kai. Kuei Yang snorted coldly. What do you think this is? You think you can do whatever you want? Don't even think about it. Sect Master Qin, Hall Master Xing, Sect Master Xianyang, get ready to attack the Great Ling Long Palace. Today, we will fight the Great Ling Long Palace to the death. We will not return until we destroy them. Su Yun immediately pulled out the Lotus Star Sword, raised it up high and roared. Kill! The Devil Cultivator S, who were disguised as disciples of the Immortal Seeking Sect, were the first to respond to Su Yun, shouting with all their might. Seeing that, the other sects did not show any weakness and shouted loudly. For a time, the earth-shattering battle cries exploded out. Seeing that, the people of the Great Ling Long Palace were so shocked that their faces turned pale, not daring to look straight at him. This guy simply didn't give anyone a chance to think. Was he going to start a fight just because he didn't agree with him? Looking at his resolute attitude, it didn't seem like he was joking. Kuei Yang's heart trembled. He anxiously shouted, "You want to attack my Great Ling Long Palace? How dare you act so recklessly? Aren't you afraid of the Immortal Court's punishment? Sanction." Su Yun snorted again and again. He directly took out a snow-white spar from the space bag and said, "This crystal records the duel and agreement between me and your palace's Kuei Ci a few days ago." But Kuei Ci went back on his word. Not only did he destroy the agreement, he even ambushed me. And your Great Ling Long Palace people even chased after me. With this crystal, how could the people of the Immortal Court help you? We have every reason to attack you. What? Kuei Yang's face paled. He turned and stared at Kuei Ci. Kuei Ci opened his mouth and immediately lowered his head. "Today, I have a good reason to be here, and there are no longer any restrictions. I have already said it many times, but since Palace Master Kuei Yang did not agree, I will not waste my breath. If you are not willing to hand it over, then I can only snatch it from you. This time, there are a total of 3 immortal sects with close to 1 million people, and the location of the battle is within the Great Ling Long Palace. I believe that even if I cannot obtain victory in this battle, destroying the Great Ling Long Palace will be an easy task," Su Yun said coldly. Kuei Yang's body trembled. Su Yun was right. He had already made preparations before coming here, and had never been detected by the Great Ling Long Palace. It could be seen that he had purposely brought people here, and his goal was to use the Great Ling Long Palace as a battlefield. Although the Great Ling Long Palace had been managed by Kuei Yang for countless of years, and was already incomparably sturdy and difficult to break through. But even with the formations and mechanisms in the sect, It was not an easy task to kill so many immortals. Kuei Yang believed that once a battle broke out, even if he won, the Great Ling Long Palace's overall strength would not be the same as before and might not even be able to compare to a half-immortal sect. This was simply an undeserved calamity. Kuei Yang knew that this person had already completely controlled the situation, and the Great Ling Long Palace was in an absolute passive state. I can let you go, but I can't give you the exquisite rainbow. Kuei Yang thought about it, then bellowed. His attitude was extremely resolute. The exquisite rainbow was the sect protecting treasure of the Great Ling Long Palace. Once it was lost, wouldn't the Great Ling Long Palace be ridiculed by the people of the immortal world? How would they be able to establish themselves in the immortal world in the future? Su Yun naturally understood this logic. To make Kuei Yang completely compromise was not an easy task. He thought for a while, then said, I cannot take your exquisite rainbow, but can I borrow it for a while? I am here to save people, not to snatch treasures. Borrow? Kuei Yang frowned slightly. My sister is suffering from a serious illness and is on the verge of death. Right now, only the exquisite rainbow can save her. So that's how it is. Kuei Yang nodded. If they were to start a war, he was 100 times unwilling. Ignoring the fact that Su Yun was already prepared, even if he was not prepared, the Great Ling Long Palace would not dare to fight here. Mistress, if he is only borrowing it, we might be able to keep the peace. Just now, a disciple came to report that there is a gigantic black dragon statue outside, if I am not wrong. That is most likely the Hidden Dragon Hall sect protecting treasure, the Broken Army Immortal Cannon. The Hidden Dragon Hall has moved their trump card over. An elder walked over and said softly, What? Broken Army Immortal Cannon? Kuei Yang was startled. That was an incredible thing. The Broken Army Immortal Cannon was created by the true god Broken Army. It was a supreme treasure. It was said that the Broken Army Immortal Cannon had once raised a small immortal sect to the ground. No matter if it was people or buildings, nothing was left. If it was used on the Great Ling Long Palace, then the Great Ling Long Palace would most likely be split into two. Kuei Yang became silent. He really wanted to use the Great Ling Long technique to see what Su Yun was thinking and want to know if he was lying to him, but he was afraid of angering Su Yun. Father, my Great Ling Long Palace has existed for thousands of years. When have we ever been afraid of anyone? Are you going to compromise just like that? Kuei Chi could not help but shout out, thinking about how this guy was the one who humiliated him a few days ago. His heart was filled with hatred and anger. Shut up, Kuei Yang growled. Kuei Chi shrunk his head. Uncle Kuei, why are you afraid of him? If the Great Ling Long Palace cannot win, then my Shun Xian sect will help you. Xian Yu, who was at the side, also shouted. Kuei Yang did not say anything. He did not want to argue with these juniors. However, his thoughts made Su Yun impatient, because more and more people from the Great Ling Long Palace were rushing over, and the various elders were quickly gathering their disciples. Palace Master Kuei Yang, you made me wait too long. Are you doubting my determination? Su Yun said, I can promise you. Finally, Kuei Yang could not hold it in anymore. Let them go first. Su Yun said, I can let them go, but you must first evacuate your people from my Great Ling Long Palace. Kuei Yang said again, What if I refuse? Then I might as well send them out of here. Kuei Yang snorted. Su Yun lowered his head and thought for a while, then waved his hand and said softly, Bring your people and slowly withdraw from the Great Ling Long Palace. Arrange them outside, but do not allow them to create enchantments. Once you discover them setting up a defensive enchantment, immediately attack them, and do not give them a chance. Yes, sir. Yuan Mo and the others nodded, and immediately led their people to slowly retreat. Chapter 994. Su Yun was very cautious, and Kuei Yang could tell that although Su Yun had obediently withdrawn his people from the Great Linglong Palace, those people were right outside the palace gates. If they were to fight, the Great Linglong Palace would not be able to escape. Furthermore, the army destroyer immortal cannon was still outside, and facing the palace gates. The threat had not been eliminated. Kuei Yang, I've already done as you said, and pulled everyone out. Hurry up and release them. Su Yun shouted. Good. Since you're so straightforward, I won't be long-winded. Kuei Yang nodded, then waved his hand and said, Release him. Yes, sir, a disciple replied, and then went to bring him out. Shen Wu Huang and Hu Qing stood together. He naturally saw all the changes. It was just that he kept looking at the person with a confused expression, and after confirming it again and again, he was sure that the person was Su Yun. It's actually this kid. Shen Wu Huang was surprised. Looks like your son-in-law can be saved. Little brother, I never thought that you would know such a powerful immortal god in the immortal world. Truly amazing. Hu Qing could not help but exclaim. He really did not know many people who could force Kuei Yang to such a state. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. But who exactly was this person? To actually have such a method, ugh. This. Shen Wu Huang opened his mouth, but did not know how to reply to Hu Qing's words. Little brother, you should go with that person. He is willing to use so much power to save you. It can be seen that you are extremely important to him. The Great Linglong Palace is too complicated, and the palace master's temper is not good. You are not strong. It is normal for them to look down on you. It is better for you to leave this place. I had the same intention. Shen Wu Huang nodded his head and said, When I first entered the Great Linglong Palace, I only wanted to obtain some favors and quickly recover my strength, but the Great Linglong Palace treated me like this. I really can't stay here any longer. Let's go somewhere else to take a look. Speaking of which, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. Maybe I should have brought you to another sect. Hu Qing sighed. Brother, don't say it like that. If not for you, Shen Wu Huang, do not know what I would be like. This foolish brother will remember this kindness. Shen Wu Huang cupped his fists and said, All right, let's talk later. You can go with that person first. Hu Qing laughed. All right, goodbye. Shen Wu Huang cupped his fists. See you later. The two bade farewell. Shen Wu Huang and Su Shintian flew straight toward Su Yun. Su Yun kept his lotus star sword. His face was filled with joy as he quickly welcomed the two of them. Greetings, father. Greetings, grandfather. Su Yun hurriedly bowed to the two. All right, good. Yin-er, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have died in the underworld. Su Shintian was overjoyed. He grabbed onto Su Yun's arms and said excitedly, Father, don't say that. We're family. Su Yun laughed. Shen Wu Huang bit his lower lip, looked at Su Yun, and only nodded without saying a word. Su Yun was puzzled. He felt that every time Shen Wu Huang faced him, he would always feel unnatural and did not know what was going on. A scholar who hasn't seen you for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. I really didn't expect you to be able to command so many immortals after such a long time. Yin-er, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Su Shintian sized Su Yun up and could not help but ask. It's hard to explain right now, but Yin-er can tell father that the Bailey you saw back then was actually Yin-er. What? Your Bailey? Su Shintian and Shen Wu Huang were both stunned. That's right. In fact, the current sect master of the Immortal Seeking sect is also me. The reason why I didn't tell father and grandfather back then was because I was worried that you would be spied on by the Great Exquisite Palace's Great Exquisite technique. Father and grandfather, please forgive me. Su Yun lowered his head and said, It doesn't matter. You did the right thing. Su Shintian laughed. Now is not the time to talk about this. Su Yun, Xue Xue, and Shang'er have not come out yet. Once they come out, let's quickly leave this place. Shen Wu Huang, who was at the side, said, Yes, when they come out, we'll take the exquisite rainbow and leave. Su Yun said, then turned to Kuei Yang and shouted, Palace Master Kuei Yang, what about the other two? I thought about it for a while and decided not to let the other two go for now. Kuei Yang said indifferently. Hearing that, Su Yun's eyes tensed up. Why? Didn't you want to borrow the exquisite rainbow? Kuei Yang said indifferently. Since you want to borrow the exquisite rainbow, if you don't have a deposit, how can I be at ease lending it to you? Therefore, these two must be kept as hostages. Oh, hearing that, Su Yun felt that it made sense. However, he was still very worried. After all, that was his mother. How could he leave her behind as a hostage? For a moment, he hesitated. You don't have to be nervous. My old friend Hu Qing is still in the great exquisite palace. Kuei Yang will not do anything to Shui and Shang'er. You should first take the exquisite rainbow and save Luluo. Seeing that Su Yun was hesitating, Shun Wu Huang spoke again. But Su Yun still wanted to say something, but the two of them had the same attitude. Seeing that, Su Yun did not force it. He nodded his head and shouted to Kuei Yang. All right, I promise you. I can keep the two of them here. Hand over the exquisite rainbow. The exquisite rainbow needs to recognize its master before it can be used. Otherwise, no one will be able to take it away. The current master that the exquisite rainbow recognizes is Vice Palace Master Lang Ju E. I need to remove the master recognition for him before I can recognize you again. You must follow me into the great exquisite palace to undergo the ceremony. Otherwise, I will not be able to hand the exquisite rainbow over to you. Just then, Kuei Yang spoke again. Hearing that, Su Yun's face changed. He remembered that the last time he came to steal the exquisite rainbow, he had fought with Lang Ju and suffered a loss at his hands. The exquisite rainbow that he had originally obtained was also directly summoned away by him. This cannot be fake, but to carry out a ceremony with him. If there's a trap, how should he deal with it? Can't we carry out the ceremony here? Su Yun said. It will take 3 months for the Wui array to be rearranged. Are you willing to wait? Su Yun was silent. Since you want to go, you can, but we can't let you go alone. We need an army to suppress you. Just then, the voice of the round demon came from behind Su Yun. Su Yun turned his head to look, only to see the round demon, Xiang Yang, and the rest rushing over. That's right. Nothing can happen to Milord. We can't let Milord be alone, Xiang Yang replied. Unexpectedly, just as these people finished speaking, Kuei Yang immediately flew into a rage and roared. How dare you? Do you even put my Great Ling Long Palace in your eyes? My Great Ling Long Palace is a forbidden area of the sect. Only elders and vice palace masters are allowed to enter. No one else is allowed to enter. If it wasn't for today's matter, he wouldn't even be able to enter. And you still want to take an inch? Humph. Let me tell you the truth, Hidden Dragon Hall, Carefree Palace. Today, I just want to keep the peace and not start a war, but this does not mean that my great Ling Long Palace is truly afraid of you. If you continue to do whatever you want, don't blame me for not stopping until you die. It was obvious that Su Yun and the others had completely angered Kuei Yang. It was as if his bottom line had been touched, and his entire body was agitated. Round Demon, Xiangyang, you guys retreat first. Su Yin turned his head and bellowed to everyone. Master, since things have come to this, I can only choose to believe Kuei Yang. Furthermore, our army is right outside. Does he dare to play any tricks? Su Yin said. Hearing that, Xiangyang and the rest could only nod and leave one by one. Su Yin had made up his mind. He had to obtain the exquisite Kai this time. If Su Shintan was not captured, he would not need to rush over to the Great Ling Long Palace. But now that he was here, Su Luluo did not have much time. If he did not have the exquisite Kai, Su Luluo would not be able to turn the situation around. He took a deep breath and flew towards Kuei Yang. Yinner, Su Shintian called out to him from behind. Su Yin stopped and turned to look at him. Be careful, Su Shintian said seriously. Yes. Su Yin nodded, then flew towards Kuei Yang. Kuei Yang looked at Su Yun again, then said indifferently, the second clan elder will explain the process of the ceremony to you. You wait here. I will go with the vice palace master to make the arrangements. I will let the second clan elder bring you over later. With that, Kuei Yang stepped on the ground and flew towards the inner palace. Lang Ju, who was in the distance, also followed. Kuei Yang and Lang Juyi's speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them arrived in front of the main hall of the Great Ling Long Palace. The male and female guards in front of the palace immediately bowed to the two of them. Open the door, Kuei Yang said indifferently. Yes. The two of them immediately opened the barrier. But Kuei Yang was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, with his back facing Lang Ju, he said indifferently, You seem to have something to say to me? It wasn't convenient to say before. If you have something to say, just say it, Kuei Yang said indifferently. At the moment, his mind was in a mess, and he did not want to hear too much useless information. Lang Ju was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Perhaps Palace Master is not clear, but Ju has a feeling that the person who came today seems to be the one who stole our exquisite Kai back then. The auras of the two of them are quite similar. So what? You don't have any evidence. What can you do to him? Kuei Yang snorted. Mistress, evidence doesn't have to be real. You want to touch him? Kuei Yang turned around and stared at Lang Ju. Mistress, you must think that we can't touch him. Lang Ju said. Look outside the palace gate. Do you think we can touch him? Kuei Yang roared in a low voice. Whether we can take action or not depends on the palace lord. However, Ju has something to say. No matter what happens today, our Dali Ling Long Palace has already lost. A few small immortal sects have come to force us to abdicate, and we have lost the exquisite cauldron. No matter whether the exquisite cauldron was stolen or borrowed, no one will care. They only need to know that after that person came to our Dali Ling Long Palace, the exquisite cauldron was taken away. Kuei Yang's face darkened as he said this. Reputation was not only about face, but also the foundation of a sect's development. If things were as Lang Ju said, then the Great Ling Long Palace would be greatly affected. Chapter 995. Seeing that Kuei Yang was still deep in thought, Lang Ju Yi spoke again. Palace Lord, think about it. Do they really send so many people just to save people? Lang Ju Yi said in a low voice. I don't think they are here to save people. I think they are here for the exquisite color. The hidden dragon hall, the carefree palace, and the immortal seeking sect. Why did the three immortal sects unite with each other? Was there no clue? And who is that person? Why would these three sects listen to him? Isn't all of this suspicious? We will investigate the identity of this person in the future. But for now, we have to send these people away. Otherwise, it will only cause more trouble. Palace Lord, do you really want to give the exquisite color to them? Lang Ju Yi asked again. Why? Are you reluctant? Kuei Yang slightly furrowed his brows. The exquisite rainbow was actually used by him and Lang Ju Yi together. The exquisite rainbow was a divine artifact, and it had a very high requirement on the user's state of mind. Coincidentally, Lang Ju Yi's compatibility with the exquisite rainbow was close to perfect. Therefore, Kuei Yang would give the exquisite rainbow to Lang Ju Yi to use in special situations. Kuei Yang trusted Lang Ju Yi very much. Lang Ju Yi had always been dutifully helping and assisting him when he was in charge of the Grand Linglong Palace. Lang Ju Yi's contribution couldn't be overlooked. It's not that I'm reluctant, but the loss of the exquisite color will affect the Dali Ling Palace greatly. If we don't handle this well, there will be unexpected consequences, Lang Ju Yi said. Then what do you plan to do? Kuei Yang looked at him and asked. Lang Ju Yi thought for a moment and said in a low voice, set up a trap in the palace. Lure that person in and kill him. Do you think he doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve since he dared to come here alone? Moreover, there are almost 1,000,000 immortals guarding outside. Do you think we can get rid of them? Do you want to bury the Dali Ling Palace? Kuei Yang frowned. In his opinion, Lang Ju Yi's words were ridiculous. Not at all. Lang Ju Yi shook his head and smiled. Palace Lord, actually, before that person came, I have already contacted the disciples guarding the Immortal Court and asked them to ask for help. If I'm not wrong, the experts of the Immortal Court should be on their way here. Immortal Court? Kuei Yang was slightly startled. That's right, Palace Lord. If we can succeed, I'm afraid we can not only protect the Dali Palace's face, but also take over the Hidden Dragon Hall, the Carefree Palace, and the Immortal Seeking Sect. Lang Ju repeated. These words caused Kuei Yang's heart to thump. What are you going to do? He stared at Lang Ju seriously. If they could really take in these three immortal sects, then the Dali Ling Palace would definitely become a first-rate sect in the immortal world, and their strength would definitely skyrocket. It's very simple. Lang Ju Yi continued. We will lure them here and kill them. Then, we will lure Qin Xianlong, Xing Bai, and the others here and kill them as well. Although there are many immortals, they're like a plate of loose sand. I've never heard of these sects interacting with each other before. Today, they are probably just a temporary gathering. The Hidden Dragon Hall and the Carefree Palace have a grudge against each other. Their hearts are already unstable, and if they lose their backbone, they will definitely be in a mess. We will then make an excuse that Qin Xianlong and the others attacked us for no reason and ask for the Immortal Court's help. Once the Immortal Court takes action, these immortals will be intimidated by the immortals' power and will definitely lose their will to fight. Kuei Yang rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. This plan is good, but how can these people be so easily convinced? Qin Xianlong and Xing Bai are definitely not Palace Master's match. As long as we kill that person, everything will be easy. Palace Master, don't we still have 2 hostages? We can use them as hostages to force that guy to submit. This isn't too good, right? Those 2 people have a close relationship with Shen Wu Huang, and Shen Wu Huang and Hu Qing are old friends. If I do this, what will happen to Hu Qing? Kuei Yang said hesitantly. Palace Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we succeed, the future of our Dali Ling Long Palace will be boundless and glorious. If you're soft-hearted, how can we achieve great things? Lang Ju Yi was a little anxious. Hearing Lang Ju Yi's words, Kuei Yang thought for a long time. Thinking about the glorious future that Lang Ju had described, his heart started to beat wildly. Finally, he made up his mind. He clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice, "All right then, we'll do as you say. All right, I will immediately inform the elders and have them prepare for battle in secret." After Lang Ju finished speaking, he took out the order badge from his waist. A sinister look surfaced on Kuei Yang's face as he walked towards the main hall. Su Yun was still waiting there. He already had a better understanding of the process of the ceremony. However, the elder who taught him the process of the ceremony had left in a hurry after the ceremony was over. This made him extremely puzzled. After waiting for a long time, he still did not see Kuei Yang's figure. This made Su Yun a little impatient. After thinking for a while, he turned around and shouted at the round demon, "Round demon, come over here." The round demon did not dare to hesitate and immediately flew over. "Master, what are your orders?" The round demon asked respectfully. Kuei Yang and the others have been in there for so long, but there are still no traces of them. If that elder did not lie to me, the ceremony should not have been set up for so long. I guess there must be something fishy going on. Quickly go out and warn Xiang Yang and the others. Tell them to prepare quickly and start fighting at any time. I will follow them, and first, if Kuei Yang plays any tricks, I will send a signal to you guys. Send a signal? Directly attack the Dalilong Palace? The round demon said solemnly. In fact, no matter if it was the Dalilong Palace or Su Yun's side, they were both unwilling to start a war, especially Su Yun's side. Although he had gathered the Hidden Dragon Hall, the Carefree Palace, and the Immortal Seeking Sect, these three sects were not suitable for battle. The Immortal Seeking Sect strength was too low. If they were to really fight, they would not be a match for these immortals who were proficient in the great exquisite technique. The Carefree Palace was fine, but the Hidden Dragon Hall was an unstable factor. The reason why Qianlong submitted to him was mostly because of the poison and martial arts. He himself was not truly willing to submit to Su Yun. Furthermore, once the war started, his losses would definitely not be small. How could he be willing? It's not suitable for us to fight with the Dalilong Palace right now, so we can't be in a stalemate with them for too long. Su Yun thought for a while and said, "Then I'll let them do their best to help you snatch the exquisite rainbow." The round demon said, "No need." Su Yun directly rejected, but a cold intent surfaced in his eyes. "You only need to help me kill Kuei Yang with all your might. That's enough." Hearing that, the round demon was startled, but very quickly, he understood Su Yun's meaning. Once Kuei Yang died, everything would be easy. "Yes, my lord. Please be careful." With that, he turned and left. Su Yun quietly watched as the round demon left. In the distance, Su Shantian and Shan Wuhuang were still looking over. A trace of worry surfaced on their faces, but they did not know if they were worried about Su Yun or Shan Shue and Xiao Chua. Just then, a voice suddenly came out from behind Su Yun. "I've been waiting for a long time, my lord. The palace master and the vice palace master are already prepared and are waiting inside the Linglong Palace. Would you like to follow me to carry out the ceremony?" Su Yun turned to look. It was a disciple of the Dalilong Palace. He nodded and said indifferently, "Lead the way." "Lord, this way, please." After saying that, the man walked forward. Su Yun followed closely behind. The Linglong Palace was right in the center of the Dalilong Palace. When Su Yun followed the disciple towards the palace, he saw that a large number of Dalilong Palace disciples had already gathered at the back of the Dalilong Palace. There were already close to 400,000 of them, and their numbers were still increasing. Outside the Dalilong Palace, there were also many immortals from other sects, but most of them were disciples from their own sects that had been urgently summoned back. Although the number of people in the Dalilong Palace was increasing, Su Yin was not worried because everyone was in the vicinity of the Dalilong Palace. With so many immortals fighting, even if Su Yin could not win, it would be easy to destroy the Dalilong Palace. Furthermore, with the immortal court supporting him, he was not afraid. Very quickly, the two of them arrived in front of the Linglong Palace. At this moment, the male and female guards in front of the palace had already been called away, leaving only Lang Ju standing at the door. "You can go down first," Lang Ju said to the disciple who brought Su Yun over. The disciple cupped his fists and turned to leave. Lang Ju nodded and said to Su Yun, "Master, quickly come in. The ceremony is about to begin." Su Yun nodded and walked into the great hall with Lang Ju. However, the moment he stepped into the great hall, an indescribable feeling assaulted his heart. This was not the first time he had come to this great hall. The last time, he had come here with the help of the Cloud Exploring Sword. Although his main body was not here, he could understand the feeling here, but this time, it was completely different. This feeling was hard to explain, and he did not know what was going on. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and walked straight in. This time, the palace did not change much from the last time. It was still as magnificent, gorgeous, and elegant as ever. The only difference was that in the center of the palace stood a person, Kuei Yang. Kuei Yang's face was calm, without any ripples, giving off an imposing aura that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was a natural-born leader. The reason why the Great Linglong Palace was able to achieve its current glory was not only because of the Great Linglong technique, but also because of his hard work. There were as many immortal sects in the immortal world as there were hairs on a cow. There were tens or even millions of people in the big sects, and there were also a few people in the small sections. The immortals only sought to cultivate, seek the way of immortals, and explore a higher realm. The so-called immortal sects and immortal sects were just a platform for them to gather together to pursue the great Tao. However, the platform was also created by people. The size of the platform determined how much power this person would have. Su Yun looked at Kuei Yong, then looked at the ground. His face suddenly changed. He suddenly pulled out the death sword from the sword sheath at his waist, and in the blink of an eye, activated the imperial battle robe. Lang Ju Yi, who was standing beside him, did not even have time to react, and was sucked out by more than half of his immortal qi. Fortunately, Lang Ju Yi's immortal qi was abundant, and was not immediately sucked out. Instead, he immediately retreated a few steps, distancing himself from Su Yun. Hee, it really is you, the guy who stole the exquisite rainbow. It seems like your strength has improved quite a bit since last time. Lang Ju Yi laughed. When he saw Su Yun's sudden attitude, he knew that Su Yun had already seen through everything. There's no formation on the ground, and there's no change in the palace. You guys didn't even carry out the so-called ceremony. It seems like all of this is a scam. Su Yun raised his sword and stared at the two of them coldly. Chapter 996. You are much smarter than I thought, much more cautious. Kuei Yong looked at Su Yun indifferently, his voice becoming gloomy. I do not know who you are, but for me to hand over the exquisite cauldron to an unknown person, I will not be at ease, so I have decided to reject your request. Then is your Ling Long palace ready to fight? Su Yun held onto his sword and asked. We can't fight. Kuei Yong waved his hand, and a few people immediately walked out from behind the statue. It was two Ling Long Palace disciples, currently holding on to two ladies. One was Shun Shueshua, the other was Xiao Chua. The two of them were under a spell. Su Yun could not hear their voices, nor could he feel their qi. Seeing the two of them, Su Yun's eyes immediately widened. His breathing became hurried. Kuei Yong, you. Don't be anxious. Kuei Yong snapped his fingers, and the spell that enveloped them immediately disappeared, and Shun Shueshue's voice came out. Yinner, quickly go. They want to kill you. Don't care about us. Quickly go. Go. Shun Shueshue cried and shouted. She never thought that things would turn out like this. Su Yun's expression became sinister, his face extremely gloomy, and he said coldly, You want to use them as hostages to threaten me? Seems like I can't. Then I will have to disappoint you. Su Yun clenched his fists. The anger in his voice was uncontrollable. If you use them to threaten me, I will be killed by you. They have witnessed everything. I don't think they will live, so you can't threaten me. That means you don't care if they live or die. Then I will try, Kuei Yong said. Since there are two of them, let's kill one first. Let's see if you can accept it. He pointed to Xiao Chua and said coldly, Kill her first, destroy her soul. Do not leave any traces. Yes. Lang Juyi's mouth revealed a cruel smile. He turned and walked toward Xiao Chua. Xiaochua's face was slightly pale, but her eyes were filled with heroic spirit. Facing Lang Ju-yi, she did not reveal any fear, only unwillingness and determination. Stop. Finally, on the other side, Su Yun's breathing tightened. He could not hold it in any longer. Although his previous words were ruthless, he only wanted to test Kuei Yang's strength. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept the pain of their loved ones dying in front of them. Oh? What? Aren't you not afraid of my threats? Kuei Yang turned and smiled at Su Yun. Su Yun held onto the death sword tightly, lowered his head, and said, "What exactly do you guys want? It's simple." Kuei Yang snapped his fingers, and a crystal-clear array suddenly appeared between the two of them. He pointed at the formation and said, "Remove all your treasures and stand in the middle of the formation." No. When Shan Shueshua heard this, she shouted in a hoarse voice, "Don't do this, Yin-er. If you do this, they will definitely kill you. But if I don't do it, you'll all die. I came here to save people. If I can't save my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son." Su Yin clenched his teeth and said, "But once you do it, you won't be able to save us. Instead, you'll throw your life away. Don't worry about us." Xiaochua also spoke out. Her voice was very powerful, as though she was warning Su Yun. "That's right, Yin-er, you must listen to me. Don't do this. Now, leave this place immediately. Leave this place. Don't care about us." Shan Shueshua shouted anxiously. Her pupils dilated a few times, and the urgency in her eyes was extremely obvious. But just as she finished speaking, Lang Ju-yi activated his immortal qi and shouted at Su Yun, "Quickly remove the magic treasure and step into the formation. If not, I will destroy their souls." There was no other choice. Su Yun took a deep breath. Shan Shueshua was still trying her best to dissuade him, but their words were unable to change Su Yun's mind. Of course, it was not that Su Yun did not listen to their words. The current situation was extremely complicated, and if he listened to Kuei Yang, he would not be able to save them. Instead, he would be harming himself, so he needed to think of a countermeasure. Right, limitless sword sheath. A glint flashed past the depths of Su Yun's eyes. The fleeting shadow art and the yin-yang manifestation art were both extremely powerful spells. The fleeting shadow art could make one completely invisible in front of the opponent, and the yin-yang manifestation art could silently drag the opponent into a mental illusion. If the two of them were to be activated at the same time and sent into the limitless sword sheath at an extremely fast speed, then everything would be easily resolved. Qingyu, are you there?" In that critical moment, Su Yun secretly called out to the sword sheath, "I already know your situation, but these two people are too powerful. I can't help you." Ling Qingyu's voice immediately came out from the sword sheath. She must have already noticed the situation outside. "You don't have to help me deal with those two people. You just have to help me drag my mother and aunt into the sword sheath. As long as they enter the sword sheath, I will be safe," Su Yin said in a deep voice. With the imperial battle robe, the two of them could not do anything to him. "You want them to enter the sword sheath's world? That's fine, but they're being held hostage now. If you act rashly, I'm afraid you will harm them." Ling Qingyu's voice was anxious. However, Su Yin had no other choice. Now that things have come to this, do I have any other choice? Su Yin took a deep breath. "Qingyu, prepare yourself. I will make my move soon." Hearing Su Yun's words, Ling Qingyu was startled for a moment, but still said in a deep voice, "All right, be careful." Su Yun raised his head and looked over. Kuei Yang and Lang Ju were already impatient. They saw Lang Ju suddenly push away the two disciples. Grabbing Xiao Chua's neck, he lifted her up, then turned and stared at Su Yun. "Why aren't you making your move? I'll give you another 5 breaths of time. If you're still not willing to do as we say, I will break her neck." Xiao Chua grabbed his hand tightly and struggled, but her strength could be said to be insignificant to Lang Ju. "Let go first, I'll do it," Su Yun anxiously said. "Just do it. I won't kill her just like that," Lang Ju said indifferently. Su Yun's expression was extremely nervous. He nodded his head and took a step towards the formation, but did not step in. Then, he let go of the sword in his hand. His other fist was clenched tightly, and the qi in his body was slowly flowing. Although it was flowing very slowly and was not easily noticed, almost all of his qi was moving. There was only one chance. If he failed, Lang Ju would definitely kill Shin Xueshue and Xiao Chua. He had to succeed. He had to succeed. Su Yun secretly clenched his teeth. His expression suddenly became sinister. His eyes were filled with determination. He raised his head, looked at Lang Ju, and extended his clenched fist towards him. Yin Yang manifestation art. He muttered in his heart. His entire body's aura suddenly erupted. It was like a torrential flood that was difficult to retract. "What are you doing?" Kuei Yang immediately sensed that something was wrong. He anxiously looked towards Lang Ju, only to see Lang Ju suddenly releasing his hands and pouncing towards him, releasing his immortal qi, as if he was going to kill him. "Lang Ju, are you crazy?" Kuei Yang anxiously blocked, but when Lang Ju got close, he was awakened by the dense mental spell. Illusion technique. Su Yun had actually used an illusion technique. He retreated a few steps and looked towards Su Yun, but Su Yun's figure had long since disappeared. Not only that, there was no trace of him in the entire palace, and even his aura could not be sensed. Where did he go? No matter. He had to get those two people first. Kuei Yang thought. His gaze shifted to Shun Xueshue and Xiao Chua. He anxiously shouted to the two disciples standing behind, "Capture those two women." However, just as he finished speaking, a white light suddenly shot out, directly enveloping Shun Xueshue and Xiao Chua. When the white light disappeared, the two of them had already disappeared, and looking at the two disciples, they had unknowingly fallen to the ground, with blood flowing out of their necks. "What?" Kuei Yang could hardly believe his eyes. This strange scene caused him to be at a loss. Where are you?" Kuei Yang shouted. But at that moment, Lang Ju rushed over again. He quickly took out a treasure and tried to catch him. The treasure released a circle of silk-like light screen, directly entangling Lang Ju and then broke. Lang Ju's body trembled, and he regained his consciousness. He opened his eyes wide and looked around, only to realize that he had been attacking Kuei Yang. "Palace Master, why is it you? Wasn't it that guy?" Lang Ju was stunned. "Idiot, you've fallen for his illusion technique." Kuei Yang growled. "Impossible, my mental spell is not weak. I would not fall for someone's illusion technique so easily." Lang Ju clenched his teeth and said, "Furthermore, this illusion technique was so silent, it was impossible to guard against it." Lang Ju and Kuei Yang were caught unprepared by Su Yun, and both of them fell for it. One of them was affected by the illusion technique and thought that Kuei Yang was Su Yun, and Kuei Yang was affected by the fleeting shadow art. So he completely lost track of Su Yun, causing them to be in a passive position. In this world, nothing is impossible. Su Yun removed the technique and stood in front of the two of them. At that moment, Shun Xueshue and Xiao Chua were nowhere to be seen. The two Ling Long Palace disciples on the ground were already dead, and Su Yun was safe and sound, holding onto his sword. Seeing that, Lang Ju and Kuei Yang's faces became extremely ugly. They knew that their plan had failed. They had underestimated Su Yun and did not plan carefully. They never thought that their absolute advantage would be completely reversed by Su Yun in the blink of an eye. Since it has come to this, I have no other choice. Kuei Yang took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand, and a burst of immortal chi erupted from his palm. In that moment, the entire palace lit up, and a large number of Ling Long palace experts rushed in from outside the palace. There were close to 100 of them, and they surrounded Su Yun so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, and without saying a word, they started to attack. With just them, you think they can kill me? Su Yun said indifferently. Xianair also took out the order badge from her waist and was prepared to give a signal. If they can't kill you, do you think I can't kill you? Kuei Yang's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his pupils suddenly transformed into a myriad of stars, and then transformed in a black and white fish. A mysterious pattern flickered in the depths of his pupils, causing people to be amazed. It was extremely miraculous. At that moment, he had already decided to go all the way. Su Yun felt his heart twitch. In that moment, a feeling of his entire body being exposed surged up. Not good. It's the Ling Long technique. Chapter 997. Once the great exquisite technique was activated, it would be able to directly peer into Su Yun's mind. What Su Yun was thinking, what he was planning, Kuei Yang would know. Kuei Yang was not like Kuei Ji, who activated the great exquisite technique slowly and stupidly shouted. His great exquisite technique was released in an instant, making it hard for people to defend against it. He could not fight Kuei Yang head-on. He had to increase the distance between them. He anxiously retreated. He wanted to send a message. Quickly stop him. Just then, Kuei Yang suddenly shouted, speaking out Su Yun's thoughts, and rushed over with Lang Ju Yi. Shit. Su Yun knew that something was wrong. He did not hold back anymore, and immediately unleashed the limitless sword technique. A large number of flying swords flew out from the sword sheath, and like locusts, they flew around Su Yun. This is the limitless sword technique. Kuei Yang's face changed, but Su Yun did not reply him, and instead thought of a plan. Your every move and every thought is within my grasp. It's impossible for you to break out of the encirclement. Just surrender obediently. Kuei Yang said again. Su Yun clenched his teeth and rushed over. He pushed his speed to the limit, wanting to win with speed. But Kuei Yang's speed was not slow either. His body swayed left and right. He was so fast that there was no shadow. All of Su Yun's sword trajectories were known to him. All of his attack patterns, all of his plans, all of them were known to Kuei Yang. In front of Kuei Yang, All of Su Yun's methods were useless. At the moment, Su Yun had a body full of brute force. Hitting Kuei Yang's body was like hitting cotton. Is this the power of the great exquisite technique? Kuei Yang could not just keep dodging. He wanted to kill Su Yun. If not, his plan would fail, and the great exquisite palace would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, Kuei Yang did not hold back. With a flip of his palm, a golden dragon imprint flickered on his palm. Before Su Yun's next attack could be launched, his body suddenly trembled involuntarily, and then his entire body shrank together, as if there was a rope that was fiercely binding him. The surrounding elites of Ling Long Palace slashed at him with their swords and sabers. Duh, 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 clack. Waves of strange sounds came out. The sharp blades and swords that were wrapped in immortal chi fiercely struck Su Yun's body, but were unable to break through his skin and flesh, as though his body was invulnerable. What? Lang Ju, he exclaimed in surprise. What is this person's cultivation level? There's actually such a method? There's no need to panic. Kuei Yang said solemnly. He is just a guy who has not even reached the spirit profound immortal realm. The reason why he is like this is because he is wearing a divine object with extremely strong defense. The power of this divine object is also limited. You guys continue to attack. According to this rate, he will not be able to hold on for long. That's good. Lang Ju nodded his head and said. Xian also joined the group attacking Su Yun. Lang Juyi's methods were not something an ordinary disciple of the Ling Long Palace could compare to. His dense immortal power could not even empty the imperial battle robe, and every palm that he struck Su Yun's chest seemed to be able to shatter the mountain range. If this continued, he would definitely be obliterated. Su Yun struggled with all his might, but his body was still tightly bound, unable to move at all. When he looked down, he discovered that his body was actually entwined by a golden dragon that shone with golden light. This spell, was it Kuei Yang's? This time, let's see what other tricks you have. The corner of Kuei Yang's mouth raised into a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yun, who was bound, suddenly disappeared. Kuei Yang opened his eyes wide and immediately looked left and right. But Su Yun still disappeared. Not only him, even the people who were attacking Su Yun all stopped and looked left and right, looking extremely confused. Not good, mistress, that guy ran out. Suddenly, Lang Ju, he shouted loudly and hurriedly rushed out of the palace. Seeing that, Kuei Yang also hurriedly followed. Just as he stepped out of the palace, his expression suddenly changed. Not good, I've been tricked. He anxiously turned his head, only to realize that everything around him had changed. The crowd was in an uproar. Su Yun had unknowingly struggled free and was trying his best to rush out of the crowd. Seeing that, Kuei Yang then realized that he had fallen into Su Yun's illusion. He did not disappear at all, and everything was just an illusion. Although Su Yun was bound, he could still release illusion techniques. And when he fell into the illusion technique, the technique that was binding Su Yun was broken, and Su Yun took the opportunity to struggle free. You think you can escape? Kuei Yang secretly snorted. He did not even try to pry into Su Yun's mental state, but the brat already had such a sinister plan. He was truly a cunning fox. Anger rose in his heart, and he once again unleashed an immortal technique, intending to trap Su Yun. But at that moment, Su Yun disappeared again. Kuei Yang's face was covered in perspiration. His expression tensed up. He immediately retreated a few steps and used a technique on his body. It was a technique to purify illusion techniques, but when the technique was used on his body, it did not have any effect. This time, he was not affected by Su Yun's illusion technique at all. This time, Su Yun had truly disappeared. How could this be? He looked around, only to discover that those people seemed to have a target. They were still attacking, and could even see that many of the disciples surrounding Su Yun had fallen. Lang Ju formed a palm with both of his hands, and continuously struck at a spot in the air. His face was solemn, and he looked extremely focused. Could it be that I'm the only one who can't see clearly? Kuei Yang was stunned. Chirp! At this moment, a ray of fire suddenly crashed into the Ling Long Palace, directly flying into the sky, and then exploding. Seeing the light, Kuei Yang's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. At this moment, Su Yun, who had disappeared, slowly reappeared. Unknowingly, he was already standing outside the palace. More than half of the people surrounding him had died. Even Lang Ju, he had expended a lot of energy. Although Su Yun was only one person, who was wearing the Imperial battle robe, was most suitable for this kind of siege battle, because the more enemies there were around him, the more power he would have. The Imperial battle robe could continuously absorb their immortal power for Su Yun to use, and after a while, it was the side with more people that suffered heavy losses. Seeing the flames soaring into the sky, Kuei Yang knew that Su Yun had already successfully sent out a signal. The millions of immortals guarding outside had already received the order, and what was coming next was the true calamity of the Great Ling Long Palace. This time, it could be considered as a complete failure. Kuei Yang said bitterly, all of this should not have been the fate of the Great Ling Long Palace, but it was forcefully changed by you. I have no other choice. Su Yun said indifferently, fate should be in my own hands. I don't like this kind of fate, so I will change it. Do you think you've won for sure? I can only choose to win, because I can't afford to lose. Su Yun said in a deep voice, then leaped up and flew into the sky. Everything had become a foregone conclusion. Everyone knew that this battle was unavoidable. Send the signal. Have all the elders prepare to face the enemy. The rest of you follow me to kill this person. Kuei Yang shouted. Su Yun knew that before Kuei Yang ambushed him, he must have considered everything. If the plan failed, he would definitely choose to fight to the death with me. He had no way out. He could only do this. But Su Yun could not. Although he had brought so many people with him aggressively, but with so many immortals, it was not suitable to fight. The three sects were too complicated, the command was a serious problem, and the Hidden Dragon Hall had just submitted. Their hearts were not stable. They might not work for him. And furthermore, Su Yun's side was not at an advantage against the Great Ling Long Palace. The reason why Kuei Yang was afraid of Su Yun was because he was worried that if he fought with Su Yun, the Great Ling Long Palace would be destroyed, and now that the water was spilled, he would not think too much and would definitely go all out. If they fought with all their might, it was hard to say who would win. Su Yun's heart congealed. He raised his right hand and pointed to the back of the palace. It was the direction where the countless of Great Ling Long Palace disciples were gathered. Not long after he raised his hand, waves of soul-shocking vibrations came out from the air. Following that, the entire cloud started to tremble crazily. All the buildings started to tremble. The enchantment started to crumble. The clouds started to separate. A pressure that made it hard for people to breathe, and they could not even use their chi, floated over from afar. What followed was a terrifying black smoke. Not good. Kuei Yang immediately sensed the change, and immediately turned his head and shouted towards the back of the Great Ling Long Palace. Disperse. All of you disperse. But his words were unable to disperse the densely packed Great Ling Long Palace disciples. All of them looked over in confusion. Many of them did not even hear Kuei Yang's words clearly. After the black smoke, boom! A gigantic black light screen rushed over. The black light screen was incomparably huge, as though it covered the entire sky, and with an unstoppable and powerful aura, it directly smashed into the group of Ling Long Palace people. In the blink of an eye, chaos, fear, death, panic filled the entire Great Ling Long Palace. The people who were directly hit by the light screen immediately had their bodies destroyed, and their souls flew out, while the people who were closer were also sent flying by the light screen. The Great Ling Long Palace disciples who were neatly arranged and ready to go were immediately defeated by this attack, and were completely stunned. Army breaking immortal cannon. Kuei Yang opened his eyes wide, looking at the place where the light screen passed. All of the buildings that were enveloped by the light screen turned into smoke and disappeared. The entire Great Ling Long Palace seemed to have been sliced in half by a large blade. This pitch-black ravine might become a mark that would never be erased in the history of the Great Ling Long Palace. So just as the army-breaking immortal cannon was activated, countless sounds of something tearing through the air came from afar. The people of Great Ling Long Palace raised their heads to look, only to see the immortals covering the sky and earth rushing over. They rushed over, all of them brimming with killing intent. Su Yun, Xiang Yang, Xing Bai, Qin Qianlong, and the Round Demon all rushed toward Kuei Yang. Don't care about the others. Kill Kuei Yang and Lang Ju Yi first. Su Yun held onto the death sword, took the lead, and shouted. Chapter 998. Facing Su Yun's surging killing intent, Kuei Yang did not panic. The effect of his great exquisite technique was still there. He could still pry into Su Yun's movements, and could even pry into Su Yun's thoughts to gain the initiative. He knew that this person did not even have the cultivation of a spirit profound immortal. And the reason why he was able to display such terrifying power was all because of his extremely terrifying magic treasure. Su Yun could not do anything to Kuei Yang, so it was naturally extremely difficult for the remaining people to kill Kuei Yang. Beside him was Lang Ju Yi. These were all unparalleled experts and were extremely difficult to deal with. The elites of Linglong Palace who were surrounding Su Yun did not even last for half an instant stick of time before they were killed by the experts gathered by the Yuan Demon and the rest. The remaining dozen or so cultivators were still relying on the magic treasure to bitterly hold on, but they could not hold on for long. Su Yun's side had already made preparations to support them. The moment the broken army immortal cannon was activated, over 10,000 people rushed over. Everyone immediately blocked the palace. The disciples of Linglong Palace were bombarded by the broken army immortal cannon. Adding on to the fact that the rest of the troops had rushed over to delay them, no one was able to support Kuei Yang in such a short period of time. So rows of sharp swords slashed towards Kuei Yang. But Kuei Yang dodged it gracefully with a backhand strike that seemingly skinny palm accurately struck Su Yun's chest. Su Yun retreated a few steps, his face revealing a serious look. Kuei Yang could know his attack and could also know his retreat. He knew exactly how to dodge, how to defend, and how to block. Under the effect of the great exquisite technique, he would never be able to hit Kuei Yang, and every single one of Kuei Yang's attacks could easily hit him. This could no longer be called a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Hee, are you afraid? Do you know how powerful the great exquisite technique is? In front of me, you're like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You do not have the strength to retaliate at all. Kuei Yang sneered again and again, his eyes filled with pride. He had the qualifications to be proud of himself, and the great exquisite technique was it. Not only that, he also believed that his Dali Palace would not lose this battle. Although his palace might be destroyed, he would definitely be the final winner. There was no other reason. The majority of the Dali Palace's disciples had grasped the Dali art. In other words, Su Yun was not the only one who was facing such a desperate situation. As expected, those who went to delay the Dali Palace's disciples were already showing signs of fatigue. They discovered that no matter how they attacked or defended, the other party seemed to have predicted it beforehand. Their attacks were useless, and the weaknesses of their defenses were all seen through. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, dyeing the snow-white clouds below red. The roofs of the palaces and the ground were all corpses of the dead. Their souls fluttered in the air, howling in grief, and were destroyed by countless spells. In terms of numbers, Su Yun's side did not have any advantage, and in terms of spells, he was completely defeated. The reason for this was because he had the upper hand. Just this alone was not enough to win. Sir, we have to think of something. Our men can't hold them off any longer. The Dali Linglong Palace's men are about to break through our defensive line and come to reinforce us. If we can't kill Kuei Yang, we have to retreat. Qin Qianlong shouted over there. The situation had become so serious that no one dared to lower their guard. I understand, Su Yun said indifferently, but did not reveal the slightest bit of panic. Suddenly, he stopped his hand. He did not care about the battles around him and did not defend against Kuei Yang's attacks. He just stood there and quietly looked at Kuei Yang. There was not much time left. If he did not get rid of Kuei Yang and Lang Ju Yi, Su Yun would be defeated. Seeing the other party's actions, Kuei Yang felt that something was wrong. He immediately peeped into Su Yun's state of mind, only to realize that Su Yun's mind was completely blank. Huh? Could it be that you want to maintain a blank state of mind to fight with me? Kuei Yang snorted and said indifferently, I'll tell you the truth. That's impossible. Although thoughts can be formed with a single thought, but the thoughts formed with a single thought are messy and cannot be used in battle. If you do that, You will only be killing randomly, and it will be easier for me to kill you. Formed with a single thought? I don't understand that state of mind, so I won't do that. Furthermore, I don't have to worry about you spying on me, because I don't plan to waste any more time. Su Yun said indifferently. Oh, hearing that, Kuei Yong could not help but laugh and nodded his head. Good, good, good. Let me see what other methods you have. The current situation was extremely beneficial to Big Ling Long Palace. As long as he could delay Su Yun and the rest of them, he would win when the various great clan elders brought their disciples to support him. Just then, Su Yun moved. A large amount of pitch-black devil chi floated around his body. A strange soul power surged out from all the meridians in his body. This power was extremely shocking, like a whirlwind. It blew in all directions, and then quickly gathered together with Su Yun as the center, enveloping his entire body. In that instant, his aura crazily increased by multiple times. The power of the spirit profound, immortal, seemed to have broken through in a breath of time, and the speed of the increase was still increasing. In just a few breaths of time, he had directly rushed into the spirit god, realm spirit god. Kuei Yang's face turned pale white. Not only him, Lang Zhu and the rest of the Linglong Palace people were also startled, all of them staring at Su Yun in fear. This chi, this chi, this is the chi of the devil cultivator? You are the devil cultivator? Devil cultivator. The devil cultivator actually appeared here? Panic shouts rang out nonstop. Qin Xianlong also opened his eyes wide. Although he already knew that Su Yun, the round demon, and the others were devil cultivator-s, the power that he had displayed was too shocking. This made him think back to the scene of him exchanging blows with Su Yun. That absolute power had long left an indelible shadow in his heart. Devil Saint, the power of the devil soul? Kuei Yang understood Su Yun's state of mind and muttered. Through the great exquisite technique, he knew the terror of this move, forcefully raising a spirit cultivator to the peak level, the peak of the spirit god realm. What kind of power was this? Why did he have such an immortal technique? When Kuei Yang understood all the information about this move, his calm state of mind instantly collapsed, and his eyes widened to the limit. This power directly surpassed his understanding. It also exceeded the scope of what he could deal with. This was absolute power, absolute crushing power. No matter what method he used, he couldn't deal with it. This is not a spell that you should be able to master. It surpasses immortal arts. Who the hell are you? Why do you have such a method? Why? Kuei Yang shouted at the top of his lungs. However, Su Yun did not plan to answer him. The power of the Devil Saint's Devil Soul was his final trump card. Originally, he did not plan to use it here, because once he used it, all the immortals of the great exquisite palace would have to be wiped out. However, since things had already come to this, he could not care less. The power of the Devil Soul successfully covered Su Yun's body, causing his entire body to be enveloped by a circle of black light. He took a deep breath and walked towards Kuei Yang. Kuei Yang anxiously used the great exquisite technique and immediately understood Su Yun's thoughts. However, when he sensed Su Yun's thoughts, his entire body seemed to have been petrified. Su Yun's thoughts were very simple. Suction force? An indiscriminate suction force? Forcefully using immortal chi to pull us over? His voice was trembling. Even someone at the peak of the spirit profound immortal would not be able to do such a thing, because he was such an existence. However, someone at the peak of the spirit profound God had such a method. Even if he knew about this move, it would be useless, because he could not dodge it at all. Su Yun raised his palm and aimed it at Kuei Yang. The chi in his palm started to flow back, and a strong and indescribable suction force formed in his palm. Quickly retreat. The round demon anxiously shouted at Xing Bai, Xiang Yang, and the others. No one dared to hesitate, and immediately left the palace. The entire palace started to tremble. Cracks appeared on the cylindrical walls, and all the decorations in the palace flew towards Su Yun's palm. Even the remaining experts of the exquisite palace could not stand steadily, their bodies swaying nonstop, as though they wanted to fly towards Su Yun's palm along with these things. And the most serious one was Kuei Yang. Su Yun's suction force was aimed at him, and the suction force he had to endure was also the greatest. He anxiously retreated, but at this moment, even if he wanted to take a step back, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was already very difficult for him to stabilize his body and maintain his current position. It's over. Su Yun raised his other hand and casually formed 2 finger seals. 2 rays of cold light immediately shot out from the sword sheath behind him and shot towards Kuei Yang like lightning. 7-colored God Wind. Kuei Yang roared. A rainbow-colored chi cover enveloped his body. The 2 bolts of lightning struck the chi cover and released a dang-dang sound, but did not cause the slightest bit of damage. Who said it's over? Kuei Yang roared hysterically. 77 layers of heaven god shield armor. As his voice fell, all of the immortal chi in his body was activated, forming 77 incomparably thick golden shields around his body. Not only were the shields able to block the 2 sharp flying swords, they were also able to slightly block the suction force. I won't lose yet. Kuei Yang stared at Su Yun and roared. With that said, Su Yun walked towards him. No, you've already lost, Su Yun said as he walked towards him. As he got closer, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and the shield became more and more strenuous. However, the moment Su Yun got close to Kuei Yang, all of the defenses around him instantly collapsed and dissipated. Divine power. The divine power of a divine object. Kuei Yang cried out involuntarily. Whiz. With all of the suction force on his body, he was finally unable to control his body and flew straight towards Su Yun's palm. Chapter 999. Under the vast and boundless sky, in front of a pure white platform, Shan Shue and Xiao Chua stared blankly at everything in front of them. In the distance, there was a palace filled with treasured swords. It was magnificent, yet it showed off its edge. It was magnificent, majestic and grand. And at this moment, it was floating in the sky, just like a cloud. This miraculous scene was simply unbelievable. What is this? Where is this? Shan Shue's mind was filled with countless questions. Xiao Chua, who was at the side, did not think as much as her. Her eyes were fixated on the swords, extremely focused and motionless. Those swords are all incredible swords. She muttered, "Chua, where are we?" Shan Shue called out. Xiao Chua regained her senses, looked around, and shook her head. "I don't know either. This is just one of Su Yun's treasures. You don't have to make a fuss." Just then, a clear female voice came out from the side. The two of them looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see a barefooted, white-clothed young lady. The young lady was extremely beautiful. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her lips were red and her teeth were white. She was lovely and moving, causing people to feel their hearts palpitate with excitement. "Who are you?" Xiao Chua frowned, her face filled with vigilance. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I will not harm you." Ling Qing, you said indifferently. "You know Su Yun?" Shan Shue asked. "Of course I know him. Where's Su Yun?" Shan Shue looked around, her expression filled with anxiety. "Why can't I see him? Where is he? Is he all right?" "He's just outside. As for whether he's all right, I'm not sure." Ling Qing, you shook her head and said indifferently, "You guys can't stay here for too long. The chi here is not something you guys can handle. I will always pay attention to the situation outside, and when the situation outside is over, I will send you guys out." "Young lady, since you can see the situation outside, then can you see how Yuner is doing?" Shan Shue asked anxiously. It seemed like she was still very concerned about Su Yun. Ling Qing, you glanced at her face, remained silent for a while, then nodded her head. "You guys wait." "Thank you." "You're welcome. You can get ready. I'll send you out at any time." "All right," Shan Shue said, but the worry on her face did not decrease in the slightest. "But then again, since we can't stand the aura here, why can you? And have you been staying here all this time?" At this moment, Xiao Chua suddenly asked. With that question, Ling Qing, you turned and looked at her. Xiao Chua felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, but she still looked at her. "This question, I can't answer you." After a long while, Ling Qing, you said that, and then ignored Xiao Chua. It wasn't that he couldn't answer. Perhaps he just didn't want to. Xiao Chua thought, to be able to stay in such a place for so long. What kind of person was he? Oh, Kuei Yang's body twitched a few times. His neck was twisted like a fried dough twist, tightly held by Su Yun. The death sword had already been kept, and in its place was the blazing tribulation fire sword. Most of the immortal chi around Kuei Yang's body was sucked away by Su Yun, and the remaining immortal chi was unable to contend against Su Yun. At the moment, he was completely suppressed by Su Yun, who had suddenly become a peak spirit god and was unable to move. This was absolute power, a power that no one could contend against. Kuei Yang knew that he had lost in a complete mess. If he had known earlier that this guy had such a method, how would he have dared to have such thoughts? At this moment, he had already cursed Lang Ju Yi in his heart, but it was useless. Just then, a heart-wrenching pain came from his left and right arms. Both arms fell to the ground. Kuei Yang's face was pale white. He clenched his teeth. Blood gushing out from his arms dyed the ground on both sides of him red. The flames were still burning his body, and the blood could not extinguish them at all. "Mistress!" Lang Ju Yi was shocked. He looked around and realized that other than the two elites who were still struggling, the rest were all killed. Although he did not know what was going on outside, he knew that there was no hope here. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Lang Ju Yi muttered. He immediately turned and soared into the sky, intending to escape. "Go! Where do you think you can go?" Qin Qianlong and Xing Bai rushed over together. blocking Lang Ju Yi from the front and back. Although Lang Ju Yi was strong, with the two of them working together, it was hard for him to hold on. Previously, when he was surrounded by these guys, he had used up a lot of his strength. Now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not have enough strength to escape, let alone defend. Lang Ju Yi was trapped, and the rest of the elites were completely annihilated. The entire situation in the palace was under Su Yun's control. Su Yun slowly raised the Tribulation Fire Sword and pointed it at Kuei Yang's heart. Killing intent and cold intent enveloped Kuei Yang's body. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Exquisite Kai. You guys could just take the exquisite Kai. Don't kill me. Kuei Yang's eyes were filled with fear, and he shouted hesitantly, "Do you think there's a need for me to keep you alive?" Su Yun looked at Kuei Yang indifferently. His seemingly calm eyes were filled with uncontrollable viciousness. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am willing to serve you, like the Hidden Dragon Hall and the Carefree Palace. I am willing to serve you. Master, I swear to serve you, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Kuei Yang seemed to have thrown away all his dignity and desperately begged Su Yun for mercy. As long as he could live, what was dignity? But Su Yun could no longer listen to Kuei Yang's words. Serve? He did not need it, and did not trust Kuei Yang at all. His methods were not something that Qin Qianlong and Xing Bai could compare to. Techniques like the Great Exquisite Technique had to be restrained. If not, there would be endless troubles. The Great Exquisite Palace was already his. As long as he killed Kuei Yang, Su Yun would be able to rightfully take over, because he had a legitimate reason to attack the Great Exquisite Palace, and the Immortal Court would definitely admit it. So, there was no use in keeping Kuei Yang. Su Yun's eyes congealed, and his sword tip pointed downwards. "Seems like you have won. I will release them from the sword sheath's world. It is not suitable for living people to stay there, if not they will die." Just then, Ling Qingyu's voice sounded out in Su Yun's mind. Immediately after, rays of white light emerged from the sword sheath, and two figures floated in the white light. It was Xiao Chua and Shun Xuexue. Yin'er, are you all right?" Seeing that Su Yun was safe and sound, Shun Xuexue's anxious heart finally calmed down. "Mother, I'm fine. You should retreat a bit first, so that I won't hurt you," Su Yun said, his blood-red eyes regaining a trace of clarity. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Shun Xuexue heaved a sigh of relief and retreated a few steps, but she still looked over with a worried expression. Su Yun once again turned his attention to Kuei Yang. The Tribulation Fire Sword in his hand tightened, and then said, "It's over, Kuei Yang." "Wait, Just then, Kuei Yang shouted out again. Do you want to say your last words? Su Yun said indifferently. No. Kuei Yang took a deep breath. The hesitation on his face suddenly disappeared, and what replaced it was a look of indifference and despair. But not long after, he smiled, and it was unknown if it was the smile of death. I know that no matter how I plead with you now, it's useless. Since things have come to this, I have nothing else to say, but before I die, I want to tell you something. Su Yin frowned slightly. What is it? It's about you and that woman. Kuei Yang looked at Shun Shueshue, the smile on his face becoming even wider. Shun Shueshue's entire body trembled. A sense of unease enveloped her heart. My mother? Su Yin looked at Shun Shueshue, then stared at Kuei Yang and said fiercely, What exactly do you want to say? Say what? Hee hee. Is she your mother? Hee hee. Laughable, extremely laughable. Brat, you're thinking too highly of yourself. You spent so much effort to come here to save someone, but the person you saved was not your mother, but that woman over there. She's not your mother at all. You're her son. You risked your life to save a woman who has nothing to do with you. Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Shun Shueshue's face turned pale white. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Su Yun's heart was in a frenzy, his face twisted in anger and anger. He threw Kuei Yang to the ground, raised his sword, and stabbed. Puffed. The tribulation fire sword pierced through Kuei Yang's chest, and flames began to burn his body. Kuei Yang's body twitched, but he did not stop talking. Instead, he continued to laugh and shout, Brat, don't you believe me? It doesn't matter. You will definitely believe that woman's words. Go. Go ask her. She knew it clearly. She already knew that you weren't her son at all. Not only her. Su Shintian, Shun Wu Huang all know that you have nothing to do with them at all. They have always been hiding it from you, but they can't hide it from me, who has the great exquisite technique. Brat, you saved him this time. They're all a bunch of unrelated people. You've wasted your time. Ha ha. Kuei Yang pulled out again. His voice choked, his entire body's aura stopped, and he died. The flames of the tribulation fire sword began to engulf his body. As for Su Yun, he was gasping for breath. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Kuei Yang's corpse. After a long while, he slowly turned around and looked at Shun Shueshue. At this moment, Shun Shueshue had her head lowered, her body slightly trembling as tears flowed down her face. Seeing her like this, Su Yun's heart felt as if it was about to split into pieces. He knew that Kuei Yang might not be speaking nonsense. Chapter 1000. The battle in the dilapidated palace had temporarily ended, but the atmosphere here did not ease up. Instead, it gradually became solemn and strange. Kuei Yang's corpse was slowly engulfed by the flames of the tribulation fire sword, and the burning smoke floated into the air. Su Yun slowly turned around, his bloodless face looking at Shun Shueshue and Xiao Chua. His sharp eyes were filled with desire and anticipation. His cracked lips opened slightly. Mother, everything that person said must be fake, right? Hearing that, Shun Shueshue suddenly raised her head. Su Yun could clearly see the pain and conflict in her eyes. He felt his heart ache. What he needed was for Shun Shueshue to answer yes without hesitation. Not hesitation. Shun Shueshue looked at Su Yun for a long time. Her mouth opened and closed, wanting to say something, but hesitating. After being at a loss for a long time, she did not say anything. Mother! Su Yun raised his powerless hand and called out again with a trembling voice. I'm sorry. Finally, Shun Shueshue spoke, but the moment she opened her mouth, it was these 3 cruel words. Su Yun was stunned. Xiao Chua, who was at the side, was also stunned. These 3 words, in this dilapidated palace, seemed to be extremely harsh and cruel. It was like 3 extremely sharp blades, piercing into Su Yun's chest. Yinner, listen to my explanation. Although you are not my biological child, you are better than my biological child. Yinner, there are many complicated reasons behind this. You must listen to my explanation. Seeing that Su Yun's eyes were empty, Shun Shueshue anxiously shouted. She cried and called out, her tears like a broken string of beads dripping down. At this point, he could no longer hide it. However, Su Yun seemed to have been petrified. He stood there without saying a word. To Su Yun, this news was simply too shocking. In his memories, Shun Shueshue and Su Shintian were his parents. In order to find his parents, he had gone through countless hardships and chased them all the way here. In order to save his sister, he had even gone through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. However, all of this had nothing to do with him. Su Yun was not made of wood. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent to this matter. Could it be that everything he had done from the past until now was actually a waste of effort? Shueshue, are you all right? Just then, an urgent cry came from outside the hall, and a large group of immortals rushed over. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Shun Wu Huang, Su Shintian, and the rest. The 2 of them landed and hurriedly walked towards Shun Shueshue. Shue, are you all right? Shun Wu Huang asked with concern. He looked around, and seeing that Shun Shueshue was not injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shue, why do you look so pale? Are you injured? Su Shintian sensed that something was wrong and asked anxiously. But as soon as he said this, he felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. Su Shintian turned his head to look at Su Yun, only to see that Su Yun was also standing there without moving, and immediately frowned. Yinner, how are you? What the hell happened? However, Su Yun did not answer him. Even Shun Shueshue didn't speak. She just lowered her head, and no one knew what she was thinking. Sanner, what's going on? Shun Wu Huang turned her head and asked Xiao Chua, who was standing at the side. Xiao Chua hesitated. She wanted to say something, but as soon as the words reached her throat, she swallowed them back. Is my surname Su or not? Just then, Su Yun spoke out. His voice was incomparably hoarse, like gravel grinding against iron. Hearing this, Su Shintian was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yun. After a long while, he sighed fiercely and said in a low voice, Why do you ask? First, answer my question. Your surname is Su. Then am I your son? This. Su Shintian became silent, his eyes swayed, and in the end he closed them and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. We did not mean to deceive you. Su Yun secretly clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Yinner, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to lie to you. We wanted to tell you a long time ago, but we couldn't find a chance. Yinner, I'm sorry. Shun Shueshue suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. Her tears were still rolling down her cheeks. She desperately wanted to explain, But all the explanations that came out of her mouth automatically turned into a sorry. She asked herself, was she qualified to explain? Can you explain? What kind of opportunity do you need for this kind of thing? Su Yun asked loudly. No wonder Shun Wu Huang never acknowledged him. No wonder Su Shintian and Shin Shue Shue only thought about Su Luluo and never cared about him. So it turned out that he was not their son. So it turned out that he had nothing to do with these people. Everything was just wishful thinking on his part. Everything. It was all a scam. The two of them stopped talking, and even Shun Wu Huang did not say a word. Su Yun's eyes were blood red. He stared at the two of them, his teeth almost creaking. He did not regret saving the two of them. He only hated the two of them for deceiving him for so many years. The feeling of being deceived was definitely not a good one. No one would forgive easily. He had always thought that he had found his family. He had always thought that he was no longer alone. He was no longer alone. But now, it seemed that he was wrong, completely wrong. Then, my biological parents. Who is it? Where is it? Su Yun shouted loudly. In the Su family. Su Shintian sighed and said in a low voice, actually, your parents are indeed members of the Su family, but we are not. We're just guests. Guest. Su Yun's eyes widened. Yes, that was a long time ago when your father and mother had just given birth to you. At that time, Shue Shue already had Luluo, and the matter between me and Shue Shue had already developed to this point, so I planned to inform father-in-law about this matter. But I was opposed by father-in-law, so I discussed with Shue Shue and planned to escape from the martial imperial palace. The two of us flew far away, but the matter of our escape was found out by the enemies of the martial imperial palace, and the enemies intercepted us halfway, chasing after us, intending to capture us and threaten father-in-law. Helpless, the two of us directly escaped into the sky martial continent, and at the top of the mountain, we were caught up by the enemy, and I fought with that person, temporarily forcing him to retreat, but Shue Shue and I were injured and could not go far, so we planned to hide nearby, and just as we were descending the mountain, we found you by the side of the road. At that time, you were just a baby in swaddling clothes. You fell beside two corpses and were crying loudly. Those two corpses were your father and your mother. They're dead? Su Yun's eyes overflowed with tears. He turned his head and stared at Su Shintian. How did they die? This Su Shintian was at a loss for words. They were killed by the aura. When Shun Tian was fighting with that person, they just happened to pass by and were killed by the aura produced when they were fighting. Shun Shue Shue wiped her tears and said, Su Yun froze. Your father and mother's cultivation are not high. They cannot withstand the battle between us. However, before they died, They used all of their profound chi to protect you. When we saw that you were still alive, we felt guilty in our hearts, so we adopted you and transformed into them, hiding in the Su family. Not long after, Luluo was born. At that time, there was a change in the sky. The stars were in the sky, and the sun and moon were hidden, alarming many realms. Shue Shue and I could not hide any longer, so we planned to change to another place, but on the way, the enemy attacked us, and in our helplessness, we could only forcefully resist, but my injuries had not healed, and Shue Shue had just given birth, so it was not suitable for us to fight. When we were fighting, Luluo was carelessly taken away by the enemy. And in order to find Luluo, we ran all over the place, searching for his whereabouts, and in the end, we found out that in order to take revenge on us, the enemy had specially sent Luluo to the Supreme Sect, which was why everything that happened after that happened. This is everything about you and Luluo. Su Shintian said in a low voice. Every word of the middle-aged man seemed to be especially heavy. When these words fell to the ground, no one spoke another word. Su Yin felt that his heart had almost stopped beating. His brain was buzzing, but it was completely blank. It turned out that everyone was clear, but he himself had been kept in the dark the entire time. Perhaps it wasn't just him, but Qing'er as well. He felt that his thoughts were in a mess, and his entire person had become strange. He sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes drooping as he looked at the ground. He simply could not accept all of this. The anger from before had gradually calmed down. Seriously speaking, Su Shintian and Shan Shueshue were not qualified parents, because they had left the Su family very early on, and there had been no news of them ever since. Perhaps they did not plan to return to the Su family. As for Su Yun and Su Qing'er, they probably did not care about them at all. Shun Shueshue lowered his head. Su Shintian gently hugged him and comforted him in a low voice. No one said anything else. The atmosphere here once again became strange and strangely a little cold. So you're saying that my parents died because of you? Su Yun spoke again. These words were like a knife that pierced into the hearts of Su Shintian and Shun Shueshue. Yin'er, I don't want to shirk my responsibility. Although the two of them were not killed by us, they died because of us. Su Shintian said in a deep voice, if you want revenge, we won't resist and we won't blame you. After all, we've hidden it from you for so many years. Even after you found us, we didn't tell you the truth. Yin'er, this is our fault and we'll take responsibility. Responsible? How can I take responsibility? Su Yin stood up with a pale face. His eyes no longer had much emotion. He no longer wanted to look at these people. He only gently turned his face away, trying his best to control his emotions, and said with an abnormally hoarse and ear-piercing voice, my parents are already dead. Killing you is useless. Furthermore, you once saved and raised Qing'er. On this point, I won't kill you, you guys. Go. He seemed to have used up all his strength to say the last two words, Yin'er. Shun Shueshue's eyes were swollen. She shouted in pain, as if she wanted to keep him. Don't appear in front of me again. Su Yun, however, growled. This voice scared Shun Shueshue to the point that her entire body trembled. But after trembling, she covered her lips and cried out. Su Shintian opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but just at this time, Shenwu Huang extended his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. Su Shintian looked over, only to see Shen Wu Huang lightly shaking his head, indicating for him to leave. Seeing that, Su Shantian understood that their fate with Su Yun had been completely severed. All right, Yin'er, I know that you must be feeling very sad right now, but I still hope that you can forgive us. We will leave, and you have to take care of yourself. No matter what, we have watched you grow up. Even if you're not our biological son, we will still treat you as our biological son. Su Shintian said in a low voice. Yin'er pulled Shun Shueshue, who still did not want to leave, and turned to leave. Su Yin did not say anything, and did not even look at them. The three of them walked extremely slowly, their steps extremely heavy. After an unknown period of time, the sound of Shun Shueshue's crying finally stopped in the palace. Xiao Chua was not in a hurry to leave, but stood in place and looked at Su Yun. "Are you sad?" After the three of them left, Xiao Chua spoke. "You can leave now. I know how it feels to be deceived. Do they have any difficulties?" "I don't think so. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to forgive them, so you don't have to persuade me." "I'm not going to persuade you." Xiao Chua shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm just telling you. Thank you for saving me today. No matter what happens, I will remember this kindness. I hope that in the future I can help you in some way." With that said, Xiao Chua immediately turned and rushed toward Shun Wu Huang and the rest. Chapter 1001. Perhaps, out of all the words that these people had said, only Xiao Chua's words could bring Su Yun some comfort. Hate? Yes. How could there not be hatred? It was just that he did not say it out loud. In fact, Su Yun's killing intent was stirred. However, this was only a thought. When he heard this news, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. The complicated thoughts almost made his head explode, but in the end, he managed to suppress them all. True hatred was not something that could be quelled by killing. Su Yun's feelings for Shan Shueshue and Su Shintian could not be instantly emptied because of this matter. Even if he had a battle sword in his hand, he would not be able to continue waving it. After all, he had acknowledged those two people for so many years. Su Yun leaned on the broken wall pillar of the palace, his eyes absent-mindedly looking at the chaotic battle in the distance. Lang Ju Yi was outnumbered and was directly beheaded by Qin, Qianlong, and Xing Bai. Xing Bai and Qin Qianlong each took off Lang Ju Yi's and Kuei Yang's heads and flew into the sky, shouting loudly to intimidate the enemy. When the disciples of Great Ling Long Palace saw that both the palace master and vice palace master had been beheaded, their hearts turned cold and their morale plummeted. They were no longer a match for Su Yun's side. But just at this moment, a loud shout spread throughout the entire Great Ling Long Palace. Immortal Court enforcers, everyone stop. His voice was extremely loud and deafening. Hearing that, Yuan Demon and the rest did not dare to hesitate at all. They immediately gathered all the Devil Cultivator S who were disguised as immortal-seeking sect S and rushed towards Su Yun. Lord Devil Lord, the people from the Immortal Court have arrived. The round demon quickly walked forward and said to Su Yun, who was still in a daze. Su Yun did not reply. Master, Master, the round demon called out anxiously. Su Yun slowly raised his head and looked at him with his empty eyes. Oh, round demon, what did you just say? The round demon quickly recounted it again. Got it. Get all the Devil Cultivator S to immediately retreat from the rear. Get Xing Bai, Qin Xianlong, and Xiang Yang to respond to the Immortal Court and send people to clean up the battlefield. Move quickly. Don't leave any traces behind. Su Yun said weakly. Yes. The round demon hurriedly said. Give this to Qin Xianlong. Tell him that the protector of Hidden Dragon Hall was humiliated. Together with Carefree Palace and Immortal Seeking Sect, they came here to demand an explanation. However, they were plotted against by Kuei Yang, the palace master of Great Ling Long Palace. They had no choice but to start a war. Both the palace masters of Great Ling Long Palace have been killed. According to the rules, Hidden Dragon Hall will take over Great Ling Long Palace. Su Yun took out the crystal that recorded the conversation with Kuei Tachi and gave it to the round demon. The round demon did not dare to be negligent and immediately rushed to find Qin Xianlong. Not long after, the battle stopped and everyone was divided into two groups. The round demon returned and quietly left the Great Ling Long Palace with Su Yun. As the judicial power of the celestial world, the celestial court's methods were brilliant. Every member of the celestial court had high cultivation bases. With so many demonic people, even if he disguised himself, he might still be exposed in front of them. Hence, he had to leave. If the identity of the Devil Dweller was exposed, the situation would be terrible. At that moment, Su Yun was not in the mood to pay attention to the people of the celestial court. His mind was still in a mess, buzzing, and his spirit was also dispirited. The round demon had long noticed Su Yun's movements, but he did not know how to comfort him, nor did he know how to change a person's mood. After thinking for a moment, the round demon could only choose to change the topic, hoping to raise Su Yun's spirits. After all, in the current situation, they still needed his command. A few powers had gathered together, and even the Immortal Court had come, so what they should do next would depend on him. Master, now that the palace master of the Great Ling Long Palace has been destroyed by us, it means that we might already be in control of the resources of the Great Ling Long Palace. Right now, we already control the equivalent of 4 huge immortal powers. This amount of resources and energy can be said to be incomparably huge. I believe it is already enough to protect the true Devil Realm. Master, what should we do next? Do we continue to keep a low profile? The round demon said to Su Yun with incomparable respect. However, Su Yun continued to fly forward in a daze, as if he did not hear his words. His expression was still lifeless. The round demon was startled. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Su Yun's hoarse voice. The Great Ling Long Palace is different from the Hidden Dragon Hall and the Carefree Palace. It is an immortal sect without a master. If it is not managed well, a large number of disciples will be lost, and the power of the Great Ling Long Palace will also be greatly weakened. At that time, the Great Ling Long Palace that we control might not be as good as the Hidden Dragon Hall and the Carefree Palace. I will immediately announce to the outside world that Qin Xianlong has taken over the Great Ling Long Palace. Qin Xianlong's cultivation is powerful, and he is also the sect leader of the Hidden Dragon Hall. His prestige is extremely high, and if it is him, he should be able to intimidate the disciples of the Great Ling Long Palace. No, that won't do. Su Yun said with a hoarse voice. Although Qin Qianlong has some prestige, the great Linglong Palace's disciples do not put him in their eyes. During the Kuei Yang period, the great Linglong Palace's strength was strong, far beyond the hidden dragon hall. The disciples of the great Linglong Palace looked down on him. If he took over the great Linglong Palace, more disciples would leave. Then, who should take over? It's still the people from Dali Palace. Those elders control them and choose the one with the highest prestige among them. As far as I know, Dali Palace's disciples are divided into 12 batches. Each batch will be led by an elder. Most of the disciples will follow the elders to cultivate. You will control all of them and send some people to pretend to be their people. You will recommend a reliable elder to be the sect master and lead Dali Palace again. Hearing that, the round demon's eyes lit up and he nodded. Although we control the great Linglong Palace, the hidden dragon hall, the carefree palace, and the immortal seeking sect, these 4 immortal sects are all unstable. We need a long time to work together and convert them all into our people. For the time being, don't make any other plans. First, hold them in your hands, and then make other plans. Elder Yuanamo, my mind is in a mess during this period of time, and I'm afraid I can't do anything else. I'll leave the matters of the immortal world to you for the time being. I want to go into seclusion for a period of time to sort out my state of mind. Su Yin took a deep breath and said with an even hoarser voice. The round demon nodded his head. He also thought that Su Yin should organize his state of mind. As a cultivator, his state of mind must not be in a mess, because once his state of mind was in a mess, he would be full of flaws. Since the demon lord is like this, the round demon is relieved. I hope that the demon lord can recover quickly. All right, Lord Demon Lord, this time, what should we do with Linglong Kai? The round demon suddenly said. With that said, Su Yun's entire body trembled. Linglong Kai, the artifact that saved Su Luluo. He had spent a lot of effort and risked his life to sneak into the great Linglong Palace to steal Linglong Kai. This time, he had even used such a power for Linglong Kai. Now that Kuei Yang and Lang Ju had both fallen, he had completely taken control of the great Linglong Palace, and Linglong Kai was naturally in his hands. However, the current Su Luluo had nothing to do with him anymore. That so-called little sister was just a fake. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as though he was thinking about something. After a long while, he heard Su Yun speak again. Bring Linglong Kai and follow me to the Supreme Sect. All right, the round demon nodded. With Qin Qianlong and Xing by negotiating with the people from the Immortal Court, Su Yin did not need to worry at all. Although the people from the Great Linglong Palace had asked the people from the Immortal Court for help, in truth, Su Yin had also asked Qin Qianlong to use his and the Carefree Palace's name to ask for help from the Immortal Court. The arrival of the Immortal Court was not out of his expectations, and he had already thought of how to deal with the people from the Immortal Court. He believed that the people from the Immortal Court would not stay in the Great Linglong Palace for long, and what Su Yin needed to do was to wait for news. However, he was not in the mood to wait for the news, and immediately led the group of people from the True Devil Sect towards the Supreme Sect. After an unknown period of time, the group of people finally arrived in front of the Supreme Sect. The current Supreme Sect was even more desolate than before. Ever since Su Luo had been changed by Su Yun, her state of mind was in a mess, and she had developed a suspicious attitude towards the Supreme Divine Tao, causing her to stop recruiting disciples. Every day, there would be people dying in the Supreme Sect, but no one would join. The sect was unable to make ends meet, and the sect was gradually defeated and withered. This would only be the final home of the Supreme Sect. Su Yun carried Linglong Kai and walked towards the Supreme Sect. The round demon and the rest did not go in. They were just waiting outside. Under the golden statue, an exquisite figure was gently sitting cross-legged. She looked at the statue. Her eyes were sometimes confused, sometimes in pain, sometimes in doubt, and sometimes in hesitation. Her complicated thoughts seemed to be able to be revealed through her big eyes that could speak. In the past few days, Su Luluo had been like this. In the past few days, Bailey did not come again, causing her already insecure heart to become even more insecure. She felt that she was becoming more and more like a lonely boat in the ocean, unable to find any port to dock at. Luluo. Just then, a low and hoarse voice came out from behind Su Luluo. Su Luluo's entire body trembled. She suddenly turned around, only to see the person who had been thinking about her for the past few days appearing in front of her eyes. Su Luluo's originally expressionless face immediately revealed an unusually natural feeling of relief, as though her nervous heart had suddenly found someone to rely on. "Bailey, you're here," she said indifferently, but the joy in her words was extremely obvious. "Yes." Su Yun walked over expressionlessly and stood in front of Su Luluo. A look of astonishment flashed across Su Luluo's face. For some reason, she felt that there was something wrong with the person in front of her. His attitude, his expression, compared to before, seemed to be worlds apart. What happened? She couldn't help but think. But just then, the man suddenly raised his hand. A golden light burst forth from his palm, and before Su Luluo could react, the light followed his hand and directly pressed on her chest. In that instant, a circle of light completely surrounded Su Luluo. Chapter 1002. In a vast sky, a few people were flying at high speed. These people were Shen Wu Huang, Su Shintian, and the others who had left the great Linglong Palace. Shun Shushue's face was still covered in tears. Her face was extremely haggard. She leaned on Su Shintian's back, flying a little unsteadily, like a fledgling that could fall at any time. Su Shintian was also sighing again and again. His mind was in a mess. Shen Wu Huang, who was at the side, was still talking to Hu Qing. Hu Qing had originally planned to stay in the great Linglong Palace for a while before leaving, but he did not expect Kuei Yang to be killed by Su Yun, which was out of everyone's expectations. Helpless, Hu Qing could only follow Shen Wu Huang and leave in a hurry to avoid suffering. Hu Qing was quite popular in the immortal world. Not only did he befriend Shen Wu Huang, his relationship with Kuei Yang was also not shallow. Kuei Yang's tragic death made him feel more or less uncomfortable in his heart. But now that things had come to this, he could not say anything, nor would he blame Shen Wu Huang. After all, the person who killed Kuei Yang was not Shen Wu Huang. Martial Monarch, did you guys break off your relationship with that person? Speaking of which, where do you plan to go next? Hu Qing took a deep breath and asked. Let's return to the ultimate martial world. Shen Wu Huang said solemnly. There are too many tyrants in the immortal world. We are weak and are not suitable to cultivate here. Little bro, it's easy to leave the immortal world, but it's hard to enter the immortal world. According to what I know, some abnormalities have occurred at the entrance of the immortal world. Right now, it's difficult to even enter and exit. If you guys want to leave the immortal world at this moment, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Hu Qing said. Abnormality? Shen Wu Huang was startled. What abnormality? I'm not sure about the specifics, but according to the information I received, a large number of people from the immortal court have gathered at the entrance to the immortal realm. There seems to be a war going on there. It would be unwise for you to leave at this time. Hu Qing said. Shen Wu Huang was silent. Brother, the immortal world is so big. How can it not be a place for you to stay? As the saying goes, people strive for higher places while water flows downwards. How many people in the ultimate martial world yearn to enter the immortal world day and night? But you have to leave the immortal world. Don't you think it's a pity? Although my cultivation level isn't high, I still have some influence in the immortal world. How about this? You follow me back to my small sect. Although it's a little small, it's still complete. Even if it could not compare to the Dali Linglong Palace, it was still stronger than any sect in the ultimate martial world, right? How about I lead you into the immortal sect and set foot on the immortal Tao? Hu Qing advised. Hearing that, Shen Wu Huang was startled. She immediately said, Brother, this? How can I do this? Why not? Hu Qing laughed heartily. Previously, I did not bring you into my sect because I hoped that you would be able to develop on a bigger and better platform like the Dali Linglong Palace. Now, it seems that I was wrong. Follow me back. This, don't decline. Hu Qing invited him one after another. Shen Wu Huang still wanted to say something, but it was not appropriate for him to maintain his face at this time, so he nodded his head and agreed. Then he bowed to Hu Qing with his hands clasped in front. This kindness, this foolish brother will remember it in his heart. You're too polite. Hu Qing laughed. After deciding on their next destination, Shen Wu Huang planned to bring everyone and Hu Qing back to his sect. But just then, Shen Shueshue suddenly spoke up. Father, wait a moment. What is it? Shen Wu Huang turned his head to look at Shen Shueshue. He saw that the tears in Shen Shueshue's eyes were still falling, and he felt more and more sad. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her voice was hoarse as she sobbed. I want to make a trip to the Supreme Sect. Supreme Sect. Shen Wu Huang was startled. Su Shintian lowered his head and said in a low voice, Snow wants to see Luluo one last time. One last time. Shen Wu Huang's mood that had just improved a little became heavy again. The Great Linglong Palace had been captured. No one knew what the current situation was, but one thing was clear, Linglong Kai was definitely in Su Yun's hands. But now that the relationship between everyone and Su Yun had become strained, would Su Yun still use Linglong Kai to save this girl who had nothing to do with him? Just by looking at Su Yun's attitude and performance towards these people, perhaps. Not at all. And without Ling Long Kai's help, Su Luluo could only die. Shun Shueshue's liver and intestines were broken. Her heart was broken. If it was anyone else, even if she had to kneel in front of that person and beg him to use Ling Long Kai to save Su Luluo, she would be willing, but Su Yun, she didn't dare. She owed him too much. She felt that she didn't have the face to ask or even beg Su Yun to save Su Luluo. In just a few short days, she had lost her children one after another. As a mother, these few days were even crueler than hell for her. When she thought about how Su Luluo was about to be corroded by the limitless profound qi, she felt like she was about to faint. Everyone's hearts were heavy, and the atmosphere changed a little. Hu Qing did not say anything, and only looked at Shen Wu Huang. After a long time, let's go take a look. Shen Wu Huang turned his old face away and spoke in a deep voice. His once radiant face was now like an ordinary old man's. Wrinkles covered his forehead, and his face was covered with old age. No one objected. Xiao Chua, who was behind them, only followed them obediently. Everyone made their decision and immediately changed their route, heading towards the Supreme Sect. Their speed was not considered fast, but it was extremely heavy. Su Shintian still remembered what Su Yun had said to him back then. If he were to calculate from the time back then until today, Su Luluo did not have much time left, probably not even 2 days left. If they were to go over now, they would be able to meet Su Luluo for the last time, and as for saving Su Luluo, it was already impossible, not to mention that there was no way, there was not even time. At this time, if they wanted to save Su Luluo, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them. Shun Shirishue could not hold on any longer on the road. Sometimes she fainted, sometimes she was awake. Her spirit was already close to her limit. Su Shantian was extremely nervous as he accompanied her by her side, constantly comforting her. Seeing his own daughter in such a state, Shen Wu Huang was not in a good mood, but he had no other choice. Hu Qing could only think of ways to say some good words to ease the heavy atmosphere, but it did not have too obvious of an effect. Xiao Chua had been silent the entire time. She looked at everyone like an outsider. Towards her, Shen Wu Huang did not care. After all, her personality was like that. Very quickly, the group of people approached the Supreme Sect. This newly born immortal sect was not like an ordinary small immortal sect. Although the sect was small, it was full of vitality. The current Supreme Sect could be described as lifeless and struggling at death's door. Its door was completely open, but not a single person could be seen inside or outside. The sect seemed to have been abandoned. Shun Wu Huang led the group and flew in, But it was hard to see any disciples. They could only see a few corpses that had already died on the ground. Their bodies were glowing, and their skin and flesh were starting to vaporize. These people were all Supreme Sect people who died from the backlash of the limitless profound chi, and without exception, they were all immortals. Immortals who cultivated the supreme divine Tao were different from the people of the ultimate martial world who cultivated the supreme divine Tao. Immortals had strong immortal power, had extraordinary talent, and their cultivation speed was also extremely fast. However, their bodies were unable to withstand the sudden production of a large amount of limitless profound chi, causing them to suffer a backlash much faster than the people of the ultimate martial world. Seeing the corpse on the ground that was gradually vaporizing, everyone was shocked, especially Shan Shueshua, who was on the verge of collapse. It was as if she could see the future Su Luluo from these corpses. Those who fell into the Supreme Sect were all pitiful people. Who could save them? Su Shintian's expression was a little anxious. He immediately ran around, and finally, he caught hold of Su Liuo's chi and immediately ran towards the statue in the center. On the way, they could see many disciples of the Supreme Sect sitting cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed, devoutly cultivating. Even if someone had already died beside them, they were indifferent, as if in their hearts, they were the only ones in the world. The group of people rushed into the statue. That petite figure was standing right below the statue. Her body was still glowing, and she was motionless, as if she was also a statue. The scene of the flickering light truly frightened Su Shantian and Shan Shueshue. This? What is this? Hu Qin could not help but exclaim. Luluo! Shan Shueshue let out a sorrowful cry. As if she had gone mad, she rushed over and tightly hugged the girl who was standing under the statue. She buried her head in the girl's black and soft long hair and wailed loudly. The sound of her heart breaking seemed to resound throughout the entire Supreme Sect. Su Shintan stood at his original position, staring blankly at the scene, looking at Su Luluo, whose body was glowing with light. After a long while, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What did I, Su Shintian, do wrong? Why? Why did the heavens do this to me? The man's voice was trembling as well. No one said a word. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have reached its limit. There was only the sound of crying, the sound of sighing whiz. Suddenly, the light that enveloped Su Luluo suddenly disappeared. The statue-like young girl's body could not help but tremble for a moment, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer as empty and lifeless as before, and her beautiful face was no longer like before, forever rejecting others. At this moment, she was brimming with vitality, and her eyes were brimming with spirituality. Her entire person seemed to have been reborn and was completely new. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the woman who was hugging her. Her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Mother? Su Luo's tender lips softly came out with such a familiar and unfamiliar word. This sound, it was as if a silver needle had fallen to the ground in a silent world. It woke everyone up. Shan Shueshue's entire body trembled. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Luluo in a daze, only to see Su Luluo looking at her with eyes full of suspicion. Mother, why are you here? Luluo, you, what did you just call me? Shan Shueshue's lips trembled, her voice trembled violently, and her heart was beating even more crazily. Mother, you're my mother, so of course I'll call you mother. Su Luluo smiled slightly and said with a clear voice. With that said, she looked left and right, as if she was looking for something strange. Where's Bai Li? Where did he go? Chapter 1003. By Li. Hearing these two words, Su Shuntian and Shun Wu Huang's bodies trembled, their pupils dilating. Su Luluo heaved a sigh of relief. Her slender hands tightly hugged Shun Shueshue, and she said softly, "Mother, I have already left the supreme divine Tao. I will no longer believe in that demagogic evil way. From today onwards, I am no longer the holy maiden of the supreme sect. My name is Su Luluo. I am Mother's daughter," she said with a smile, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Shun Shueshue was stunned. She looked at the young lady in front of her in a daze, unable to believe that all of this was real. "Daughter, my daughter!" She extended her trembling hand to touch Su Luo's cold and tender skin, tears pouring out of her eyes like a broken dam. Thank the heavens, I've finally returned you to me." Shun Shueshue hugged Su Luluo tightly again and wailed. How many years of anticipation, how many years of hard work, how many years of yearning, how many years of prayers. Today, it was finally over, and his wish had come true. However, Su Luluo shook his head. "No, mother, it's not that the heavens returned your daughter to you. It was Bai Li who saved your daughter. If not for her, I might not have been able to leave the supreme divine Tao so easily." "Bai Li?" Shun Shueshue was slightly startled. "It's Yinner." Su Shinqian's low voice came from behind. With that said, Shun Shueshue seemed to have been petrified, her eyes wide open. "You know? Could it be that big brother Yin from the Su family?" Su Luluo blinked his eyes and asked immediately. Although she had left the supreme divine Tao, she had not lost her memories. Her state of mind had already been completely purified and was no longer blinded by the supreme divine Tao. Su Luluo had separated from Su Yun at a very young age, and her memories of Su Yun were limited to the occasional conversation between her parents. She knew that there was a person called Su Yun, and that this Su Yun was not related to her by blood, and the two of them were not biological siblings. "Yes," Su Shintian sighed. "So it's him?" Su Luluo could not help but reveal a smile, and said to Su Shintian, "Hey, father, where is big brother Yun? Although we are not blood-related siblings, he saved me this time. I have to thank him properly." Su Shintian stammered. "What happened?" Su Luluo frowned. She felt that something was wrong. However, everyone lowered their heads and did not speak. This scene made Su Luluo feel that something was wrong. She looked at Shun Shueshue, who was still crying, and asked again, "Mother, where did brother Yun go? I still remember that he was here just now. His expression seemed a little off, and why is he here?" Shun Shueshue still did not speak, and she began to sob softly. "He came to the immortal world alone just to save you." Just then, Shun Wu Huang spoke up. He then said in a deep voice, "Your father and your mother hid his identity and never told him about it. Until a few days ago, an enemy revealed his identity. Luluo, since you have recovered, that is a good thing. As for him, I can only say that we all owe him. If there's a chance in the future, I'll think of a way to return it." "Still, grandfather, what exactly happened?" Su Luluo asked, but the expression on her face had already changed slightly. Shun Wu Huang felt that something was amiss. After thinking for a moment, he still roughly explained the matters of the Great Linglong Palace. After hearing Shun Wu Huang's words, Su Yilao's originally brilliant face suddenly tensed up, and his expression became serious. She retracted her smile, raised her jade hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Shun Shueshue's eyes, then took 2 steps back, distancing herself from Shun Shueshue. This slight movement caused Shun Shueshue's heart to be shocked. The corner of Su Yilao's mouth raised into a smile once again, but it was not the joyous smile of reunion, but a bitter and helpless smile. "Father, mother, why did you hide big brother Yun's identity? Since we've met, why don't you just say it?" Su Luluo asked. Su Shintian did not know how to reply. "Luluo, although I have recovered, my memories are still there. Father, mother, let me ask you, do you want to use big brother Yun to save me? Su Luluo asked again. Luluo, don't be impudent. Shen Wu Huang felt that something was wrong with Su Luluo. Hearing that, Su Luluo took a deep breath, bowed towards Shen Wu Huang, and said softly, Grandfather, Luluo does not have any other intentions. I just want to tell Father and Mother, what exactly did Big Brother Yun do? Shen Wu Huang frowned and said, What can we do? Didn't we all see it? There are some things that you might not know. Su Luluo bowed again, turned his head to look at Shan Shueshue, and said softly, Mother, is that what you guys plan to do? Of course not. Shan Shueshue immediately replied. Then why not just say it directly? Big Brother Yun will not hate you because of this. But now he seems to hate you. Shen Wu Huang said indifferently. That's because the one who told him the truth was not you, but an enemy. Su Luluo retorted immediately. These words immediately made Shen Wu Huang speechless. Su Luluo suddenly knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and said, Father, Mother, Grandfather, Liluo's words today will definitely not distinguish between big and small, and will go against filial piety. But today, Luluo will definitely speak up for Brother Yun. Maybe you don't know, but in order to save Luluo, who knows how much Big Brother Yun has sacrificed? Although Luluo has always been in the Supreme Sect, there is still an intelligence agency in the Supreme Sect. Regarding Big Brother Yun, Father, Mother, Luluo knows a little about you guys. Father, Mother, all of you have been working hard to save Luluo all these years. Luluo is very grateful. Not only did you give me life, you also gave me incomparable love, but the love that Big Brother Yun gave me is no less than yours. Father, Mother, do you know why Big Brother Yun escaped into the Devil Dao and became a member of the True Devil Sect? Why? Shan Shushua's lips trembled as she asked. She did not even blink as she stared at Su Luluo. But Su Luluo slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, Because of me. These three simple words were hard to believe. Devil Dao. Father, Mother, you guys should know what that is, right? Luluo doesn't know why Big Brother has the courage to make such a decision. But according to my investigation, his intervention is indeed to save me who is in the Supreme Sect. Not only that, the destruction of the Supreme Sect was also single-handedly caused by Big Brother Yun. Although she had been immersed in the completely useless Supreme Divine Tao for so many years, everything she had seen and heard was still in her mind. She knew and understood what Su Yun had done. The battle between the Supreme Sect and the real Devil Sect is actually not that simple. Most of the reason is because Big Brother wants to save me, and this time, it's even more so. The reason he appeared in the Supreme Sect was also because he hoped to get close to me and find a way to save me. entering the supreme sect alone. Father, mother, grandfather. Do you know what this means? This was practically taking his own life as a joke. Grandfather, you just said that Big Brother led a large number of immortals to save them. If not for Big Brother Yin this time, how could father and mother be safe and sound? He has always treated us as family. What about us? Did we do anything? She asked again. And this last question had already caused Shun Shue and Su Shintian to be unable to raise their heads. That's right. What do they do now? Su Yun was able to escape into the Devil Dao for Su Luluo and was even able to destroy the Supreme Sect for her. But now, even if he was facing an immortal, he was not afraid because he had always been working hard, always doing his best to protect his family. Even if the opponent was an existence with heavenly methods, an incomparably powerful person from the Great Linglong Palace. On the other hand, after Su Luo was kidnapped, they left the Su family and only dragged Su Yun and Su Qing'er to the Su family to take care of, and there was no more news of them until Su Yun himself suffered a lot to find them. He treated the two of them as his biological parents, but the two of them did not truly treat him as their son. Perhaps this was a type of wishful thinking, but they did not reject the benefits that Su Yun had given them, and instead continued to absorb and ask for, think about it carefully, who was right and who was wrong. Shun Shuishu bit her lips, holding back the tears that flowed out of her eyes, her entire body trembling. Sigh, Luluo, I know that all these years, Yunner has done a lot for you and for us, but things have already come to this, and there's no turning back. Yinner already doesn't plan to forgive us. What do you want us to do? Luluo. Actually, Mother also hopes to be able to be happy with Yinner. It's just that Mother really doesn't know what to do. When you were trapped in the Supreme Sect, Mother spent all of her energy on how to save you. So she might have ignored Yinner's feelings, but you have to know, Mother truly loves you. I love Yinner, Shin Shue said with a sobbing tone. She was very worried that because of this, her daughter would hate her. I know. Su Luluo slowly closed her eyes, hugging Shun Shue, who was almost unable to stand and was about to collapse on the ground, her sparkling and translucent mouth slightly raised, as though she was smiling, but also as though she was comforting Shun Shue, and then she said softly, the reason why I said all this is not because I have any other meaning. I know everything that father and mother have done for me. But I want to speak up for Big Brother Yin. I do not want him to waste all of his hard work. Regardless of whether father or mother admits to everything he has done, it is not important. At least Luluo will. Admit that in Liolua's heart, he will always be Liolua's big brother. Her voice was clear and filled with resolution, and no one knew what she was thinking. Shun Shue and Su Shintan looked at her in astonishment, but the two of them opened their mouths and chose to remain silent in the end. Chapter 1004. After using the exquisite Kai to purify Su Lilua's state of mind, she had already completely separated herself from the supreme divine Tao, and was no longer bewitched by the illusory divine Tao. Not only that, even her temperament had been refined, and the current Su Lilua's cultivation might not be the strongest, but her state of mind was probably much stronger than ordinary immortals, and this was the benefit of the exquisite Kai. After using the exquisite Kai this time, it had consumed a lot of origin power and could not be used again for a few days, so Su Yin could not pry into its performance even if he wanted to. But at that moment, Su Yin did not care about exquisite Kai, because he had not escaped from the matters of Su Shintian, Shun Shueshua, and the others. He had originally thought that after finding his parents, he would no longer be alone. However, he never thought that he would still be an orphan, and his parents had long since died. He didn't even know what his parents looked like. The ups and downs of the world were too sudden, making it hard for people to adapt to it. After returning to the immortal seeking sect, Su Yun locked himself in the cultivation grounds alone. At the moment, he did not have any mood to cultivate, and his messy thoughts made him feel a little abnormal. Then, what should I do now? Those people have nothing to do with me. There is no need to continue. Was everything just a scam? What was the point of living in this life? What have I been insisting on all these years? Have I been right all these years? Or was it wrong? These were all unimportant questions, but at this time he inexplicably wanted to seriously think about it. But with this thought, he felt a splitting headache, and his entire body started to become restless. Hua, hua, hua waves of sounds that sounded like waves crashing into a flood rang out his mind. A crazed, tearing feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. This feeling was incomparably painful, as if he was about to be torn apart in the next second. What was going on? Su Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His originally pale face had become even paler, but his eyes were incomparably red, to the point where even his pupils could not be seen, as they were completely covered by blood. He raised his hands, but was shocked to discover that at this moment, countless blood-colored lines had appeared all over his body. These lines seemed to be wounds that had been torn open on his skin, dark red and sinister, extremely terrifying. What is this? However, the intense pain prevented him from thinking too much. Before he could think of anything, he was once again assaulted by the pain. In the quiet world of the true devil sect, he had long since gotten used to it. He had abandoned the pain, and even if swords and blades struck his body, he would not feel much. But at this moment his body was once again in uncontrollable pain, and this pain seemed to be acting on his soul. Finally, Su Yun's entire body twitched. He roared out. A wave of chi ripples burst out from his body, directly shattering the training grounds. The explosion resounded throughout the entire immortal-seeking sect. What happened? The round demon and Xiang Yang brought a portion of the disciples and rushed over. When they saw the person standing in the ruins, they were stunned. The current Su Yun's entire body was overflowing with dense devil chi. His face and hand were filled with terrifying bloodstains. He was like a sky demon, filled with baleful aura. It was extremely terrifying. Quick! Seal this place immediately. Don't let the devil chi leak out. The round demon hurriedly shouted at the few devil cultivators who were disguised as disciples of the immortal-seeking sect. The few of them nodded and immediately went to do it. Immediately bring Lord Demon Lord back to the true devil sect. We will depart now, quickly. The round demon shouted, then turned to Xiang Yang and said, Lord Xiang Yang, I will leave this place to you for now. I will bring the demon Lord away for a while, and will be back soon. What happened to Lord? Xiang Yang muttered with a shocked expression. This matter is very complicated and extremely difficult to explain. If there's a chance in the future, I will tell Lord Xiang Yang. The round demon said indifferently, but it was impossible for Xiang Yang not to understand the meaning behind his words. The round demon did not plan to tell him at all. Xiang Yang was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, Then, Lord should go first. Leave this place to Xiang Yang. Yes, if there's anything, please send someone to inform us immediately. All right. Xiang Yang nodded. The round demon did not waste any more words. He immediately used his chi to wrap around Su Yun, who was so weak that he looked like he was about to faint, and flew out. Xiang Yang looked at Su Yun worriedly. He did not wish for anything to happen to Su Yun. If Su Yun died, then no one would be able to cure the poison in his body, and at that time, he would have to accompany Su Yun in death. The round demon led Su Yun straight towards the true devil sect. He seemed to know something. He did not stop along the way, not wasting any time at all. On the way, Su Yun's condition did not improve. On the contrary, the blood-red marks on his body increased. He was also extremely weak. In pain, he opened his blood-red eyes, tried his best to look at his surroundings, and weakly shouted, "Round demon, where are you taking me?" Although Su Yun's voice was very soft, the round demon could still hear it. "Lord Demon Lord, your symptoms should be caused by the devil blood in your body. Don't worry, the sect leader once told me that once something like this happens to you, I will immediately bring you back to the sect." The round demon said, "Devil blood?" Su Yun's heart was filled with confusion. In fact, he had always had a few questions that he could not solve. Transmigration. Why did he transmigrate? Why did he return to the past? Demon blood. He was clearly a member of the Su family. How could he have demon blood? Changing blood before transmigrating was also before transmigrating. Definitely not with this body. He had thought about these questions countless of times before returning to the true devil sect. The round demon quickly brought Su Yun to the cultivation grounds of the sect leader. "I hope that the sect leader will not go into seclusion again this time." The round demon muttered nonstop along the way. Although his expression was calm, his actions seemed to be in a hurry. As they approached the cultivation grounds, before the round demon could send someone in to report to the sect leader, he heard a low voice coming from the cultivation grounds. "Bring the demon lord in." As the sound of his voice faded, a trace of surprise flashed across the round demon's face. Did the sect leader already know that he would bring the demon lord here? "Sect leader, are you not in closed-door cultivation?" "No, coming quickly," the true devil sect leader said again. The round demon nodded. He did not dare hesitate, and brought Su Yun into the cultivation grounds. The true devil sect leader stood behind a curtain. He could only see a blurry figure, but his face could not be seen. Su Yun was supported by the round demon as he walked in. He raised his heavy head and looked at the true devil sect leader. Just as he was about to bow, the true devil sect leader spoke. "There's no need to be so polite. Demon Lord, quickly sit down, and I will immediately stabilize the devil blood in your body." "Is it because of the devil blood?" Hearing that, Su Yun secretly thought he did not force himself to continue. and directly sat down. The round demon stood at the side and looked at the back of the curtain. Suddenly, two black hands that were like rubber bands extended out and wrapped around Su Yun's body. It was like a python coiling around his body and was gently wriggling. Su Yun closed his eyes tightly, and the bloodstains all over his body immediately dimmed a little. His face, which had become distorted from the pain, also relaxed a little, as if the pain in his body had dissipated quite a bit. The devil chi that was seeping out from the bloodstains also lessened a little, and his strength seemed to have recovered quite a bit. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the curtain. Panting heavily, he asked, "Sect leader, what exactly is going on? Your mind is in a mess." The sect leader said indifferently, "My state of mind is in a mess. The devil blood in your body contains an extremely terrifying devil nature. Under the influence of your state of mind, it will boil on its own." If you do not suppress it in time, you will be controlled by the devil nature in your devil blood. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Devil blood, what the hell is going on? The devil blood in my body. Whose blood is it? Su Yun asked in a low voice. Unexpectedly, after these words were said, the sect leader fell silent. After a long while, he said indifferently, "Demon Lord, the devil blood in your body is your opportunity, your good fortune. I hope you can make good use of it." Good fortune? Sect leader, I don't understand what you mean. How did you get this devil blood? This, perhaps, you can go to the place where you obtained it. The sect leader's voice was still very calm. Hearing that, Su Yun's heart sank. Where did he get it? The sky martial continent? That nameless corpse? Demon Lord, this devil blood is not ordinary devil blood. For it to be able to stay in your body and not die, this is good fortune. If an ordinary person were to obtain this blood, their soul would have long since dissipated. All of this might just be a coincidence, but since it is already destined, we must agree. Demon Lord, from today onwards, your position in the true devil realm will be on equal footing with mine. In the future, when you see me, there is no need to bow." The sect leader said. Huh? Su Yun was shocked and asked in shock, "Why?" "Because of the devil blood in your body." Devil blood. What did the sect leader mean? Was he respecting the devil blood? Was this devil blood so noble? If that was the case, the sect leader probably knew what kind of devil blood this was. But why didn't he tell me about the origin of the devil blood? Su Yun did not ask any further. After the sect leader calmed down for a while, he retracted his black hand that was like a rubber band. "It's about time, Demon Lord. Go and recuperate for a while. I believe you'll be fine," the sect leader said, but at the moment his voice was somewhat weak. Although he did not spend much time helping Su Yun recuperate, the amount of devil power consumed was extremely large. Su Yun stood up, bade farewell to the sect leader, and returned to his own cultivation area to meditate. Although he was meditating, the doubts in his heart could not be dispelled. After thinking about it, he decided to make a trip to the sky martial continent. That nameless corpse should still be there. After he finished meditating, his condition had recovered quite a bit. Su Yun reorganized himself, informed the sect, and returned to the sky martial continent alone. Chapter 1005. Other than that, there were special upper realms such as the immortal realm, but regardless of whether it was the immortal realm or the 10,000 realms, they were all above the Sky Martial Continent. The people in the Sky Martial Continent were at the bottom of the food chain, and the spirit cultivation profound chi that the people here came in contact with was also the most basic. It could be said that this was a mortal world, and even an ordinary spirit cultivator in the ultimate martial world could become a peerless supreme expert if placed here. To enter the Sky Martial Continent, he still needed to walk through the entrance that he first came in from, the gigantic Iron Door. Su Yun still remembered the qualification badge where he first entered the ultimate martial world, and now that he took it out, the ranking on the qualification badge had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was currently ranked second, which meant that his current cultivation was ranked second in the ultimate martial world, and his fighting strength was ranked second, which was already 49 million. His cultivation level, which was close to the spirit profound immortal realm, did not belong to the ultimate martial world for a long time, but from this, it could be seen that this qualification badge only recorded the rankings of the ultimate martial world and even the 10,000 realms, but it did not record the rankings of the immortal realm. However, they still didn't know who the first expert was entering the ultimate martial world through the door. Su Yun saw the desolate divine Cloud Immortal Palace. Ever since Shangwan Qingcheng moved her sect to the Peerless Sect, the divine Cloud Immortal Palace had been completely abandoned. The sect was originally located in a remote area of the Sky Martial Continent, so there were not many people who came here. Su Yun leaped into the air and headed towards the center of the continent. While flying, they can see many demon corpses from the battle between the divine Cloud Immortal Palace and the demonic Dao. The demonic aura still hasn't dissipated. Although Su Xintian and Shan Shueshua were not his parents, at least Su Qing'er was still here, and there were still people who truly cared about him and would not lie to him. Su Yin took a deep breath, thinking about Qing'er's gentle and sweet smile. His messy and frustrated heart calmed down a lot. The true demon realm had spread the news that Qing'er possessed the body of a divine spirit, causing the tyrants of the immortal realm to attack the unparalleled sect. This was probably not intentional. The Peerless Sect was powerful. How could the demons of the true demon realm dare to provoke them? Furthermore, the Peerless Sect was located in the immortal realm. Demons and devils were not allowed to enter, so they had no chance at all. Opportunity? Su Yun, who was flying in the air, suddenly had a change in expression. He suddenly remembered something. That was to stop a large number of people from the myriad heavens realms from suddenly rushing in at the gate of the immortal realm. As time went by, it was said that the number of people rushing towards the gate of the realm of immortals had increased. More than 100 of them had broken through the defensive line of the immortal court and entered the realm of immortals. Now they had gone into hiding. The immortal court had no choice but to send 2 immortals to hunt them down. The gate of the realm of immortals had become a river of blood and mountains of corpses. Why would so many people from the 10,000 worlds suddenly barge in for no reason? Moreover, it just had to appear at this critical juncture. Could they all be here for the god's body? However, these people were clearly sending themselves to their deaths by barging in like this. How could anyone be so reckless? Unless they were all bewitched by someone. That's right. That must be the case. Su Yun's mind flashed with a light, feeling that it was extremely possible. The other party had bewitched the people of the myriad heavens realms and used them to create chaos in the immortal realm. Then, they would find an opportunity to plot against Qing'er. If the immortal realm was in chaos and the immortal court was unable to take care of themselves, then they would have the chance to snatch Qing'er away. Although this was only a possibility, it did not mean that it would not happen. Su Yin did not expect the immortal court to be able to protect Qing'er. He still had to rely on himself for everything. After pondering for a moment, he decided to return to the immortal world and focus all his energy on consolidating the Dali Palace's forces. After Kuei Yang's death, there were indeed a portion of people who left the Dali Palace. However, most of them chose to stay in the Dali Palace because Kuei Yang's existence in the Dali Palace was merely a symbolic symbol. He wouldn't guide the disciples under him in their cultivation. If the disciples wanted to cultivate the Dali art and raise their cultivation, they would have to rely on the 12 elders. As long as these elders were still around, they wouldn't leave. Even if the current Hidden Dragon Hall was compared to the Carefree Palace, the Great Ling Long Palace was still much stronger. Compared to the ultimate martial world and the immortal realm, the Sky Martial Continent was much smaller. With Su Yun's current speed, in less than half a day, he had already passed through the hinterland of the continent and directly went out to the other side of the continent. The Devil Sect was located on an extremely large Devil Island. Although it was called a Devil Island, it was actually very large like a continent, so this place was also called the Demonic Continent. To the people of the Sky Martial Continent, this Devil Island was a forbidden area. The miasma overflowed in all directions, and if an ordinary person from the Sky Martial Continent were to step onto the Devil Island, they would immediately die. However, as the demon lord of the true Devil Realm, the miasma on the island was equivalent to nothing to Su Yun. After entering the Devil Island, Su Yun walked quickly and rushed towards the direction of the Devil Sect. Devil Sect to the people of the Sky Martial Continent. This was a mysterious and terrifying name. This was the strongest power of the Devil Cultivator in the entire Devil Cultivator continent, just like the true Devil Sect of the true Devil Realm. However, the Devil Sect was extremely low-key, unlike the other Devil Cultivator-s, who fought everywhere and devoured resources. The people of the Devil Sect revered power, but the majority of the power they obtained was obtained through their own efforts. Su Yun did not go to the Devil Sect, but wandered around the mountains outside the Devil Sect. This mountain was called the Skull Mountain. It was said that the mountain was filled with the bones of the spirit cultivator, and the bones and soil were mixed together to form this mountain. There were no signs of life on the mountain. It was deathly silent, just like the Nine Hells. When the Devil Sect was fighting with the righteous sects, they had set this place as their main battlefield. Su Yun had once fought an ambush with the people of the Devil Sect here, and that time, it was a great victory for the Devil Sect. The Righteous Alliance suffered heavy losses and fled in a sorry state, but it was also because of this battle that the Righteous Alliance changed their leader. The next leader, Yang Bai, was extremely astute and had a unique vision. The Devil Sect's several ambushes were all seen through by the other party, causing the Devil Sect to be in a disadvantageous position in the later battles. Su Yun did not know if the devil sect had lost after the decisive battle, because he had transmigrated, and from the looks of it, in this life, the devil sect had not fought a war with the righteous alliance. Perhaps it was because the profound sky sect had been eradicated and the sect structure of the sky martial continent had been broken. Su Yun walked on a mountaintop all the way to the east and arrived at a cliff on the mountaintop. He looked down a few times, leaped up, and directly fell down. When he was halfway up the mountain, he stopped and floated in the air. In front of him was a half-a-meter-long black hole. It looked like a naturally formed cave, but in truth, it was a man-made cave. In his previous life, Su Yun wanted to enter the devil sect, but was rejected and was chased by a few devil cultivator. Helpless, he could only jump down the cliff and accidentally found this cave. So he hid inside and coincidentally found a nameless devil cultivator corpse inside. In order to enter the devil sect, Su Yun had to be a devil cultivator. In order to enter the devil sect, Su Yun had to find a cure for his strange illness, and had no choice but to change his blood, but not all of the devil cultivator's demon blood could perfectly fuse into the human body. Su Yun had picked a large number of dead devil cultivator corpses, but none of the corpses had demon blood that was compatible with him. So in desperation, he had chosen this one, who knew that the devil cultivator corpse's blood would actually fuse extremely well with Su Yun. And not only was it extremely high, what was even more surprising was that the devil cultivator's corpse was rotten on the outside, but there was still a large amount of blood inside, as though it was not rotten at all. Which devil cultivator corpse did this belong to? Was it from the devil sect? Su Yun thought, and flew straight towards the black hole. The black hole was exactly the same as when he first discovered it. From the traces on top, it seemed like no one had discovered this place yet. He pulled out the death sword, waved it slightly, and cut the hole bigger, and then flew in. It was pitch black inside, and the miasma was even thicker, but even in the darkness, Su Yun could see everything clearly. However, after a while, Su Yun had already reached the end of the cave, but the scene in front of him completely shocked him. There was nothing there. There was nothing in the cave. That so-called nameless corpse. There was none. What's going on? Su Yun quickly looked around, but in this small cave, there were no corpses. How could this be? There were no traces of anyone entering the cave, so it was impossible for the corpse to run out by itself. Why were there no corpses here? Su Yun's eyes were filled with confusion and panic. He had thought that he would be able to figure out the matter of the blood in his body, but he never thought that there would be nothing in the cave where the corpse should be. Could it be that after he transmigrated to this world, he had changed a lot, so much so that the corpse was not here? Or could it be that after he transmigrated to this world, he had changed a lot, so much so that the corpse was not here? But that's not right. That corpse seemed to have been dead for many years. It was likely that before he transmigrated to this world, the corpse was already in the cave. What was going on? The endless confusion caused Su Yun's originally calm state of mind to become chaotic once again. Without the corpse, he would not be able to solve the mystery of his blood. Perhaps the only person who could give him the answer was the true devil sect leader, but since he did not say it, Su Yun could not force him to say it either. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I believe that sooner or later, I will know all of this. He sighed, organized his thoughts, and walked out of the cave. towards the devil sect, he did not have deep feelings for it. In the current him, it was not convenient for him to enter the true devil sect again. Suyin thought of Blossom Heart Valley. He did not know if those people from back then were still all right. Chapter 1006. Ever since they parted ways at Blossom Heart Valley, who knew how Pill King and the rest were doing, as well as Xianyu and Xingyang, they should have changed a lot, right? Thinking about the two of them, Su Yun could not help but speed up. Meeting again after a long time, the longing in his heart grew stronger. To be able to reunite with an old friend was also a great joy in life. Ever since the Su family changed, the entire family had migrated, but Su Xianyu and Su Xingyang did not follow, but stayed in Blossom Heart Valley to cultivate. Because of their relationship with Su Yun, they believed that staying in the Su family would be uncomfortable, and furthermore, Blossom Heart Valley was more suitable for them to develop. Although he had left the Sky Martial continent for a long time, Su Yun was still very familiar with everything here. His movements were fast and fierce, as though he could not wait any longer, and directly rushed towards the Blossom Heart Valley in the southern continent. If an ordinary person wanted to enter the Sky Martial continent from the Demonic continent and then reach the Great Cyan region, it would take at least a few months, but Su Yun only needed less than a day to reach. However, just as he entered the southern continent, a strange smell of blood floated in the air. The smell of blood was not considered strong, but Su Yun's nose was sharp, and he could smell it clearly with a simple sniff. What? Was there a fight down there? He raised his eyes and scanned the area below, only to see that there were groups of spirit cultivator-s enslaving groups of ordinary citizens who did not have any cultivation. These spirit cultivator were all dressed the same and looked like an army. There were many dead people by the side of the road. Some were ordinary citizens, and some were weak spirit cultivator. The scene was extremely miserable. Among the people who were chased away, many of them were severely injured. Before long, someone would die. Su Yun frowned. Looking at the ordinary citizens, they did not seem to have committed any serious crimes. After all, there were many old people and children. This place was already close to the Great Cyan region. What was going on? Could it be that someone had established a country here? Suyin looked at the spirit cultivator and frowned. He did not care. After all, he did not know the reason, so he flew straight away, rushing towards the Great Cyan region. But as he moved forward, he saw more and more of such scenes. A large number of spirit cultivator in uniform were escorting ordinary citizens or weak spirit cultivator. The corpses by the side of the road were like weeds on the ground, extremely common. The smell of blood in the air became thicker and thicker. Suddenly, Su Yun's eyes suddenly congealed, and a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Chen Muyun, the second clan elder of Blossom Heart Valley. At this moment, his hands were in chains, and he was slowly moving forward with those miserable people. His hair was disheveled, and his appearance was extremely old. His lips were shriveled, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Moreover, his face was covered in dirt, and he was in a sorry and slovenly state. His eyes were completely devoid of luster, and he seemed as if he was on the verge of death. Su Yun confirmed again and again that he was not mistaken. This person was Chun Muyun, but he did not have any cultivation. Elder Chun. Su Yun descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the crowd. Seeing someone suddenly descend from the sky, the people below were startled and retreated to the side in panic. Who is it? Don't panic. Don't panic. All of you, stay steady. Hey, all of you, get over here. If anyone dares to escape, I will immediately send him to heaven. All of you line up and move quickly. Hurry. Hey, why are you still lying on the ground? Playing dead? I'll make you comfortable. The spirit cultivator dressed in uniform shouted loudly. All of them raised their braids and mercilessly waved them at the commoners. As long as one was a spirit cultivator, they would be able to control the profound chi. Thus, even the skinniest person would be able to unleash an extremely terrifying power. The skinny commoners were immediately lashed to pieces by the spirit cultivator, and some of them even died under the whips. Stop! All of you stop! Seeing that, Chen Muyun shouted at the top of his lungs. However, his words were weak. After shouting 2 sentences, he was out of breath. His body was too weak. Su Yun frowned. He looked at the spirit cultivator-s around him, raised his hand, and moved slightly. A strange chi shot out from his fingers, directly striking the spirit cultivator-s around him. In that moment, the profound chi of the spirit cultivator-s were sealed, and before they could react, they were corroded by the intense pain, and all of them fell to the ground, rolling around. This strange scene caused everyone to be astonished, and their eyes to widen. Chun Yun stared blankly at the strange scene. Suddenly, he thought of the person beside him, and anxiously turned to look at Su Yun, his voice trembling. Who are you? I'm Su Yun. Has Elder Chen forgotten about me? Su Yun looked at Chen Muyun and said, Su Yun? Chen Muyun's face revealed a trace of doubt, as though he was recalling something. Suddenly, his expression tensed up, and he exclaimed, You are Su Yun. That's right. Elder Chen finally remembered me. Su Yun said, but he was also surprised by Chun Muyun's current situation. Chun Miyun sized Su Yun up from head to toe, then nodded her head. With a sorrowful look, she sighed and said, "It's been so many years, I never thought that I would meet an old friend here. It can be considered good fortune, sigh." Su Yun's heart was filled with suspicion. Looking at the unconcealable sorrow and disappointment on Chun Miyun's face, he asked curiously, "Elder Chun, what exactly is going on? Why? Why did you lose your cultivation? And why did you end up like this?" This? Chun Miyun hesitated for a moment, then laughed bitterly. "It's a long story, Su Yun. It's better if you don't ask. If you ask too much, it's not good for you. You should hurry up and go to Blossom Heart Valley. The Valley Master and the others might need your help." Hearing Chun Muyun's words, Su Yun was unhappy. "Elder Chun, what exactly happened? Just say it." "Let's go." "Su Yun, you can't control it." Chun Muyun sighed again. Su Yun was startled. After thinking for a moment, he immediately raised his leg and fiercely stomped on the ground. Donk! In an instant, the entire ground started to shake violently, as though an earthquake had occurred. The ground started to crack, the mountain peaks shook, and the people on the ground started to sway, unable to stand steadily. Everyone crawled on the ground in fear, all of them trembling. Even the spirit cultivator were crawling on the ground in fear. Many of them did not have enough cultivation, so they could not fly at all. Chun Muyun was also shocked. Su Yun's kick happened right in front of his eyes. The intense sound seemed to be able to break his eardrums. His ears buzzed, and after a long time, he recovered. When he saw that Su Yun was the only one standing around, he understood. The Su Yun in front of him, he was no longer the Su Yun from back then. With the stomp of his foot, the earth really shook 3 times. "Elder Chun, can you tell me now?" Su Yun raised his head and said calmly, "Yes, I'll tell you, Su Yun." Chun Muyun was tongue-tied. Su Yun raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. A gentle, profound chi entered Chun Muyun's body from his palm. The chi was like a spring breeze brushing past his heart, like a young girl caressing his face. It was extremely comfortable. The injuries on Chun Muyun's body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, his entire body was as good as new, without the slightest bit of pain. Su Yun's current profound chi was extremely strong. The energy contained within could easily draw out the hidden potential of any life form, and could even replace the internal structure of any life form. To ordinary mortals, it was like a peach of immortality. It was even more easy for them to die. Seeing his own change, Chun Muyun was even more convinced that the current Su Yun had already reached a supreme peak that was difficult to look up to. Who in the Sky Martial Continent could do such a thing? All these years, where had Su Yun spent it? What had he experienced? Chun Muyun had thousands of questions in his mind, but he was not in a hurry to ask. He looked at the injured commoners around him and opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Su Yun had originally thought that Chun Muyun would immediately tell him what had happened, but after seeing his expression, he came to a realization. Chun Muyun came from Blossom Heart Valley. He had always harbored the heart of a healer. Now that he had been saved, how could he watch the innocent people around him suffer? But just as Su Yun was about to say something, Chun Muyun suddenly knelt down. Su Yun was dumbstruck. "Master Su Yun, Chun Muyun does not know what your current cultivation level is, but Chun Muyun has a presumptuous request. If you can save even one more person, can you also heal that person?" He already looked extremely old. The lifespan of the people of the Sky Martial Continent could not be compared to the people of the ultimate martial world. Their cultivation was low, their lifespans were short, and Chun Muyun was already old, but now he looked even older. Hearing Chun Muyun's request, Su Yun's heart was once again moved. Maybe no matter what happened, no matter where he was, the principle of Blossom Heart Valley's healing would not change. He anxiously helped Chun Muyun up. "Elder Chin's character is truly benevolent and benevolent. I admire you. Elder Chun, if you have this request, just say it. There is no need for this. Su Yun will do it." Su Yun laughed and said, then started to instigate the profound chi to heal the people. It was just that along the way, who knew how many people like this? Even if he could save them, what about the others? What about the many people that Su Yun could not save? They all knew that this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Seeing that Su Yun was still saving people one by one, Chun Mu-yun sighed and began to explain the ins and outs of the matter. Chapter 1007. It turned out that after the battle between Su Yun and the Profound Sky sect, the structure of the Sky Martial Continent had undergone an earth-shattering change. All the powerhouses saw that Su Yun did not take the chance to take in the Profound Sky sect's power and started to snatch resources. As one of the top sects in the Sky Martial Continent, the Profound Sky sect's existence could deter many other sects, causing them to not dare to act blindly without thinking. However, the Profound Sky sect had already been destroyed, and the haze that shrouded the other sects immediately lessened by a layer, and they started to become fearless. A powerful spirit cultivator appeared out of nowhere and directly descended to the southern region, and took over the Julian region, Mystical Mountain Range, Great Cyan region, Ambitious region, Yellow Sand region, and Jade Immortal region, turning them all into his subordinate regions, and established the Southern Tiger Country, with himself as the king of the country. No one knew where the king of the Southern Tiger Country came from, but he used his martial power to rule over the Southern Continent, causing the people of the Southern Continent to sink into an abyss of suffering. The king of the Southern Tiger Country was cruel and heartless, extremely greedy and extremely lecherous. It was said that he had once ordered the spirit cultivators under him to search for exceptional beauties in the entire country. Regardless of whether they had cultivation or not, all of them were brought into the palace to become his concubines. He forced them to dual cultivate with him, and anyone who did not comply would be immediately killed. Not only that, he also requested for all the spirit cultivators in the country to hand over treasures and cultivation coins to be used for his training. The Southern Tiger Country was already sealed, and only the spirit cultivators from the outside were allowed to enter, but the spirit cultivators inside were not allowed to leave. Many people wanted to escape from the nightmare, but were forced to stay. Anyone who escaped from the Southern Tiger Country would be immediately killed, without any mercy. Chun Mu Yun was originally the second clan elder of Blossom Heart Valley. Blossom Heart Valley was an expert in medicine, healing the wounded and dying, practicing medicine to help the people. Many people who were suffering thought of this celestial sect, and all rushed over, hoping to avoid the calamity. However, the people of the Southern Tiger Country had their eyes on this place. When the king heard that the people of Blossom Heart Valley were experts in medicine, he immediately sent people over, requesting for the people of Blossom Heart Valley to concoct pills for dual cultivation. The pills that the people of Blossom Heart Valley concocted were basically used to save people, so why would they concoct such pills? Naturally, they rejected. Thus, the king of the Southern Tiger Country was enraged and sent an army to destroy Blossom Heart Valley. Blossom Heart Valley's strength was not considered strong. How could they defend against an entire country's army? The king of the mountain to destroy Blossom Heart Valley to vent his hatred, but Mu Yun said that only the people of Blossom Heart could cure out, and that out the king of Blossom Heart out. That the valley that out, that out, the king and the Blossom Valley out that out, Blossom Hua sect, that valley and Blossom out, and Blossom the valley and out. That they sect Hua Valley was not. And Blossom out that out. They end out into flower out. The king of the Southern Tiger Country originally wanted to destroy Blossom Heart Valley, to vent the hatred in his heart, but Shimyun said that only the people of Blossom Heart Valley could cure the illness. Thus, the people of Blossom Heart Valley escaped a calamity, but the king of the Southern Tiger Country requested for the people of Blossom Heart Valley to develop a pill to cure the illness within 3 years. If not, he would raze Blossom Heart Valley to the ground. Shimyun bought time for Blossom Heart Valley, but he himself could not escape death. The experts of the Southern Tiger Country crippled his cultivation on the spot and then brought him back to the capital of the Southern Tiger Country. It was said that the king of the Southern Tiger Country planned to torture him to death. Chun Miyun had once considered using poison to poison the king of the Southern Tiger Country, but in his entire life he had saved people and had never killed anyone, so he could not bear to do it. He was also extremely moved. This time, he was actually harmed by his own kindness. This time, Chun Miyun was on the way to the capital of the Southern Tiger Country, and a few experts of the Southern Tiger Country had already returned to the Southern Tiger Country and reported the matter to the king. I never thought that the matter would be so complicated. Su Yun was extremely moved, but he was also extremely worried. Su Yun was deeply moved, but he was also worried. He asked in a low voice, then, "How is Blossom Heart Valley doing now? Are Xinu and Xingyang doing well? Is Senior Pill King doing well?" Sigh. Chun Yun sighed heavily and shook his head. A few years ago, the Valley Master made a mistake in his cultivation and died from a serious illness. Pill King took over as the Valley Master, and Xinu and Xingyang followed the Pill King to cultivate, and everything was peaceful until the southern continent met with a sudden change. Blossom Heart Valley has always been saving the world, but there are too many refugees, and the entire Blossom Heart Valley has already been occupied by refugees, and even the disciples who were in charge of cleaning have been sent to treat the sick, but it is still not enough. The current situation of Blossom Heart Valley is not looking good. On one hand, they have to take care of the endless refugees, and on the other hand, they have to deal with the Southern Tiger Country. There are already many disciples who could not endure the huge pressure and have chosen to leave, and many people in the sect have fallen sick because of this. And if this goes on, I am afraid that even without the people of the Southern Tiger Country taking action, these refugees are enough to drag down the entire Blossom Heart Valley. Chen Muyun sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. I never thought that such a thing would happen. Su Yun frowned. He scratched his chin and thought for a while. Su Yun, Mu Yun is now a cripple. Without any cultivation, I can't save anyone, but you can. Your current cultivation should be very strong, right? Mu Yun actually has an idea in her heart. It can temporarily alleviate Blossom Heart Valley's current situation. Idea? Su Yun was startled. That's right. Chum Yun nodded his head. Although the Southern Tiger people are strong, they're not omnipotent. We can't fight them. How can we not hide? Su Yun, the North is extremely peaceful. If you can lead the people of Blossom Heart Valley to break out of the encirclement and enter the northern continent, you will definitely be able to protect Blossom Heart Valley. Can't we just destroy the Southern Tiger Country? The North is too far. Su Yun said. Destroy? Hearing that, Chun Miyun's eyes immediately widened, and with a roaring voice, Su Yun, you must not be careless. The army of the Southern Tiger Country is made up of 300,000 spirit cultivator. He has absorbed countless spirit cultivator sects. With a large number of experts following him, the current strength of the Southern Tiger Country is already extremely terrifying. Especially the king of the Southern Tiger Country. He is an unparalleled, strong martial artist. How can he be destroyed so easily? The current Southern Tiger Country, I am afraid even the Profound Sky sect cannot contend against them. To destroy the Southern Tiger Country is simply a fantasy. Seems like we can't communicate. Su Yun shook his head and said, How about this, Clan Elder Mu Yun? Let's return to Blossom Heart Valley first. You just came. You do not know the current situation. All right, let's return to Blossom Heart Valley first. Chen Mu Yun sighed and said. Su Yun was lazy to explain, nodded his head, and returned to Blossom Heart Valley with Chun Muyun. Although Chun Muyun had lost his cultivation, Su Yun could still bring him back easily. Clan Elder Muyun, stand beside me. Su Yun looked at Chun Muyun, who was prepared to walk, and shouted. Chun Muyun's face revealed suspicion. He did not understand. Su Yun, what are you doing? Just come over. Hearing that, Chun Muyun's heart was filled with confusion, but he did not ask anything and directly walked over. Although he did not understand Su Yun, he knew that Su Yun would definitely not harm him. From the time when he sacrificed himself to save Blossom Heart Valley, after so many years, he definitely did not change. But just as Chun Muyun got close to Su Yun, a burst of air-breaking sound suddenly rang in his ears. Following that, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurry. He felt the world spinning, as though he was about to faint at any time. What's going on? Chun Muyun felt as though his soul was about to rush out of his body. He was completely unaware of what was happening. After an unknown period of time, he felt his consciousness gradually recovering. He tried his best to open his weak eyes, only to realize that he was actually high up in the sky. Chun Muyun was so frightened that he immediately shouted out, Clan Elder Chun, do not panic. Just then, Su Yun's voice came out from the side. Chun Muyun looked over, only to realize that Su Yun was actually beside him. But at the moment, he did not appear to be panicking like Chun Muyun, but looked ahead with a calm face, as though nothing had happened. Could it be that Su Yun was the one who brought him to fly? Chun Muyun was shocked to death. He looked down at his body. Although it was very subtle, he could still feel an extremely warm and comfortable qi dragging his body, bringing him forward. This qi, was it Su Yun's? There were not many people in Sky Marshall Continent who could fly. If a spirit cultivator wanted to fly, they could only rely on treasures, but looking at Su Yun, he could easily fly. What kind of strength did he have to be able to do that? And what was even more terrifying was that he was currently flying with someone. We're here. Just at this time, Suyin once again spat out two words. We're here. Where are we? Chun Miyun was startled. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Suyin. Blossom Heart Valley. While Suyin said, he urged his chi to descend. Flower. Blossom Heart Valley? Chun Miyun was dumbfounded. The place he was at was a different region. Blossom Heart Valley was located in the Great Cyan region. The two places were separated by tens of thousands of miles. How could he reach Blossom Heart Valley so quickly? After landing, Chun Miyun immediately twisted his neck to look around, but the scene in front of him seemed so familiar. There was no mistake. Chun Miyun grew up in Blossom Heart Valley. He was extremely familiar with every grass and every tree here. This was Blossom Heart Valley. Seeing that, Chun Miyun's entire body started to tremble. His body stiffly turned around and looked at Su Yun, who had a calm face. But in his heart, there were already thousands of words that he wanted to say. And in the end, all these words turned into a trembling sentence. Blossom Heart Valley. Could it be that this time there's hope? Let's go in first, then we'll talk. Su Yun laughed and directly stepped inside. Chapter 1008. The current Blossom Heart Valley was completely different from the Blossom Heart Valley that Su Yun had seen before. The Blossom Heart Valley was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Spirit grasses were everywhere. Although it was not a blessed land, it could still be regarded as a spiritual treasure land. However, the Blossom Heart Valley that Su Yun saw now was completely different from what he had seen before. Currently, the entrance of Blossom Heart Valley was bustling with people, but they were not the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley, but a large number of refugees. Their clothes were tattered, and many of them were injured. Fresh blood dyed their tattered clothes red, and some of their wounds were oozing pus. Often, some people fell down and could no longer stand up. There were even a few dead bodies in the crowd, but no one cared, and they just squeezed their way in. The entrance to the valley was completely blocked. Not a single Blossom Heart Valley disciple could be seen. The entrance of the valley was replaced by a stench, and the stench of blood. Some of the spiritual plants had already withered. The mess here was beyond Su Yun's imagination. He stood in the distance and looked at the scene in astonishment. They want to enter the valley? Yes. Chen Muyun sighed. Why are we entering the valley? The first is to heal, and the second is to seek refuge. Heal? Don't tell me only Blossom Heart Valley can heal. The treatment at Blossom Heart Valley is completely free. These people, most of them do not have money. What about refuge? Blossom Heart Valley's strength is not strong and can't provide any help. The other sects will definitely not accept the refugees. After all, they're just a group of lowly commoners without any martial arts. Other than Blossom Heart Valley, no other sects will provide them with shelter or food. So, more and more people are rushing towards Blossom Heart Valley. They think that this is the only place where they can continue to live, but Blossom Heart Valley is only so big and cannot accommodate so many people. Now, the valley is already filled with refugees. Pill King has even vacated the Valley Lord's land, but can only solve the urgent problem. Chen Muyun sighed again. Su Yun thought for a moment, took a light breath, and said indifferently, "Let's enter the valley first." Yes. With that said, Su Yun grabbed Chen Muyun's shoulders, and with a tap of his feet, he transformed into a ray of white light and entered the valley. Look, a miracle! Heavens, is the true God here? Is the living Buddha from Blossom Heart Valley here? Buddha, save us! Save us! Sorrowful cries rang out incessantly. Those despairing people even prostrated themselves and kowtowed towards the place where the white light appeared, hoping that a god would really appear and save them. Entering Blossom Heart Valley, Su Yun realized that what he saw outside was just the tip of the iceberg. At the moment, Blossom Heart Valley was already occupied by countless of refugees. On top of the mountain, at the bottom of the mountain, on the rocks, inside and outside the houses, there were countless of people. They sat on the ground, lying on the ground. Some were resting, some were looking at the sky in a daze, not knowing what to do next. A few Blossom Heart Valley disciples, whose clothes had already turned yellow, were carrying huge steamers. Inside the steamers were many yellow buns, and they were distributing them one by one. Although spirit cultivators did not need much food, it was still necessary for ordinary people to have 2 meals a day. However, the number of injured people was the most. The number of Blossom Heart Valley disciples was limited. Su Yun saw that there were close to 400 refugees, but the number of disciples who could treat them was less than 10. The majority of the refugees' injuries were very serious. Looking at them one by one, some disciples were so tired that they were lying on the ground. In terms of medicinal ingredients, it was also very serious. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Without medicinal ingredients, even if they knew the illness, they could not treat it. Su Yun even saw that many of the Blossom Heart Valley disciples had looks of despair on their faces. Seeing that, Su Yun's face became gloomy. Chen Muyun carefully looked at Su Yun, as if he was expecting something. But Su Yun did not say a word, and directly walked towards the Valley Master. Elder, Chen Muyun? Elder Chen Yu? Why are you here? It's Elder Chun. Wasn't he taken away? Why is he here? Don't tell me. He escaped back? Escaped? Then, then wouldn't our Blossom Heart Valley be in trouble? Along the way, a few of the Blossom Heart Valley disciples saw Chun Mu Yun walking over. All of their faces were filled with surprise. They were stunned, and all of their eyes were as wide as a bull's, as if they had seen a ghost. Chun Mu Yun bit his lower lip, as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. "Bring me to see the Valley Master." Su Yun rushed to the few disciples and said. All of the disciples looked haggard and weak. The spirit chi in their bodies had been depleted, and they were close to their limits. "You are..." The disciples looked at Su Yun suspiciously. "You go and tell your Valley Master, I am Su Yun." Su Yun said indifferently. "Su Yun." The disciples looked at each other. They were disciples who had just entered the sect, and obviously had never heard of this name before. But seeing Su Yun's appearance and his luxurious clothing, no one dared to neglect him. One of the disciples cupped his fists and immediately turned and ran away. Su Yun glanced at the path in front of him and realized that the path leading to the Valley Master was completely occupied by the refugees. The bluestone path was extremely wide, but there were people on the left and right, and the place to stand was extremely narrow. Suddenly, Su Yun's eyebrows twitched, and he walked toward the few refugees. It was a family of 3. A man was lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Both of his arms were broken, and they were wrapped in cloth, but his blood had dyed the cloth bag red. Beside him was a rather young woman. She did not look old, but her skin was already dark, the coarse clothes on her body were full of patches, her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in dust. She did not suffer any injuries, but the little girl, who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, was in an extremely miserable state. There were a few extremely terrifying blade wounds on the little girl's body, and the blood had not stopped flowing. If someone with some cultivation was to use it, they would be able to clearly feel the profound strength floating around the wound. Although the profound strength was so weak that it could be said to be nothing to Su Yun, but when used on this ordinary little girl, it could cause her unprecedented pain. The little girl's right eye was already blinded, but the wound was not treated in time. She only took a few pieces of herbs and chewed them up and applied them. Her face was very pale, and her face was covered in sweat because of the pain. Her small hands tightly grabbed onto the woman's clothes, and her small silver teeth almost shattered. This kind of pain, if placed on an ordinary person of any age, would make them wish they were dead, but this little girl was enduring the pain, not crying, not even making a sound. How much willpower did she need to be able to do this? Su Yun walked over. The woman seemed to have sensed that someone was coming over. She raised her head to look at Su Yun, her eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. Her body trembling, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the little girl in her arms. The little girl did not care about Su Yun. She was currently enduring the pain. Even if the sky and earth outside were to collapse, she would not be able to feel it. "Don't hurt us anymore." The woman used a weak voice to move her chapped lips, her voice trembling violently. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Su Yun said softly, then extended his hand and gently placed it on the little girl's shoulder. "No," the woman shouted and turned around abruptly. Tears once again appeared in her eyes. They were tears of begging and tears of hatred. Su Yun was startled. He probably did not expect the woman's reaction to be so intense. Seeing that, Chun Mu Yun, who was standing behind, also sighed. Su Yun thought for a while, then squeezed out a smile, and said gently, "I am a disciple of Blossom Heart Valley. Please do not be nervous. I could treat your daughter's injuries, so can you let me take a look at your daughter's injuries?" Disciple. Hearing that, the woman's entire body trembled, as though she had changed into another person. She anxiously knelt in front of Su Yun and shouted, "Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva, you're finally here. If you didn't come, my daughter would not be able to hold on. I beg you, quickly take a look at my daughter. Quickly take a look at my daughter." She seemed to be crying and shouting at the same time. Her voice was somewhat hysterical. Su Yun turned his head and looked at Chun Mu Yun in confusion. Chun Mu Yun shook her head helplessly and said respectfully, "Master Su Yun, Blossom Heart Valley has some manpower, but there are too many refugees. We are unable to treat everyone in time. So every day there will be people dying from serious illnesses. These few people, most likely the disciples, did not manage to reach here in time." "I know." Su Yun nodded and said softly, "All of this must end." He extended his hand and held onto his daughter's hand that was tightly gripping onto the woman's coarse cloth and injected a bit of chi into it. The gentle chi was like the purest and most holy halo that shone on her cheeks. It was extremely comfortable and soft, and the pain in the woman's body instantly disappeared without a trace. Her twisted face immediately smoothed out, and her face once again raised a smile. "So comfortable," a young and tender voice sounded out. Su Yun extended his hand and removed the earth from her eyes, and a bloody and mangled eye appeared in her line of sight. Su Yun stared at the wound for a moment, slightly closed his eyes, and pressed his hand on the eye. Seeing Su Yun's action, the woman was shocked. However, not only did the little girl not feel any pain, she instead leaned on Su Yun's embrace and accepted Su Yun's treatment. The palm of the big hand was suffused with a burst of white halo. It was extremely magical. After a moment, Su Yun removed his hand. An unbelievable miracle had appeared. The little girl's originally bloody and mangled eye had already disappeared, and what replaced it was a beautiful and clear big eye. He had completely recovered. The woman was stunned. Chun Mu Yun was also stunned. This method, even a real bodhisattva would not be able to do it, right? The little girl once again opened her eyes. Her innocent and pure gaze gently looked at the man in front of her. She was a little curious and also a little confused, but the ignorant her knew that the pain in her body had already been taken away by the big brother in front of her. "Big brother, my body was originally in pain. Did you cure me?" the little girl said with a childish voice. She seemed very generous and not afraid of strangers. Su Yun smiled and nodded. The little girl was immediately overjoyed. She tiptoed and kissed Su Yun on the cheek. "Thank you, big brother." Su Yun touched his face, but his heart was filled with complicated emotions. "How did she get hurt?" Su Yun asked. It was hard for him to believe that such a little girl, why would anyone hurt her? Before Chenmu Yun could speak, the little girl impatiently spoke. Her voice sounded a little angry. Although she was angry, the anger of such a little girl was rather cute. Who else could it be? Of course it's those bad guys from the Southern Tiger Country. The little girl clenched her fists tightly and said fiercely. But as she spoke, fear surfaced on her face again, as if she remembered the pain from back then. Southern Tiger Country. Su Yin closed his eyes again and clenched his fists slightly. Chapter 1009. Just as Su Yin was still angry at the actions of the Southern Tiger Country, a commotion came from the other side. A few of the disciples who were treating the refugees all stopped what they were doing and immediately cupped their fists towards the few people walking over. Valley Master! Greetings, Valley Master! Greetings, Valley Master! Don't stop. Continue doing what you should be doing. A tired voice came out. Although the voice sounded tired, Su Yin felt that it was extremely familiar. He turned around and looked towards the people, only to see 3 people walking over. The one walking in front was the Pill King, who should have been full of energy, but the current him looked extremely old. His face was covered with scars, his hair was white, and his eyes were dim. Following beside him were Su Xingyang and Su Xianyu, who he had not seen for a long time. The two of them were much more mature than before. Xingyang had already grown a beard. He looked extremely steady, and Xianyu had also become more natural and unrestrained. Her figure was curvaceous, although her skin was still the color of wheat, but this did not affect her allure. The Pill King did not pay too much attention to the disciples, but quickly walked out. He seemed to be in a hurry. However, after taking a few steps, he could not help but stop. His dim yellow eyes looked at the man standing in the corridor in shock. Not only him, even Su Xingyang and Su Xianyu who were behind him were extremely astonished, staring blankly. Big brother Su? Su Xingyang was the first to regain his senses and cried out involuntarily. Although he had left for so many years, Su Yin had not changed much. and he could recognize Su Yun with a single glance. Su Xanyu looked at Su Yun in a daze. Her eyes that were filled with spirituality overflowed with tears. She took a deep breath with all her might and softly called out, "Big Brother Su." This sentence sounded extremely complicated, and Su Xinu looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitant. "Xinu, Xingyang." Su Yin walked over and said with a smile. He sized up the two siblings. It had to be said that after all these years, the two of them had changed a lot. They were more stable than before and must have experienced a lot in the past few years. The two of them looked at the person in front of them with their eyes wide open. Maybe they still did not believe that the person in front of them was Su Yun. "Su Yun, I didn't think that you would actually come." At this moment, the king of medicine opened his mouth, his voice filled with emotion. Su Yun immediately turned and bowed to the Pill King. Su Yun greets Senior. All right. The Yaowang nodded his head, his eyes filled with the joy of reuniting after a long time. Although the current state of Blossom Heart Valley did not make people feel optimistic, it did not affect Pill King's attitude toward Su Yun. "Su Yun, I never thought that you would actually come at this time. Come with me. Let's have a good chat. Men, prepare some food and wine. I want to entertain my little friend well." Yao Wang shouted. "There's no need, Senior. I have already understood the situation of Blossom Heart Valley through Elder Chun. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Furthermore, I don't need much food and wine." Su Yin said. "Elder Chun." The Pill King's face changed. He turned to look and realized that Chun Mu Yin was standing behind Su Yin. Immediately, his face was filled with shock. Su Yin did not hesitate and immediately told the Pill King about how he saved Chun Mu Yin. When the Pill King heard it, he sighed again and again. Su Yun, I know that you have a kind heart. What you did was right. Just that, my Blossom Heart Valley is going to be in trouble again." The Pill King shook his head helplessly. Su Yun understood what the Pill King was worried about. Chun Mu Yun had escaped. The people of the Southern Tiger Nation would definitely be enraged. He was afraid that once the news reached the Southern Tiger Nation, the army of the Southern Tiger Nation would immediately rush over and eradicate Blossom Heart Valley. But Su Yin planned to settle all these matters today. "Senior Pill King, from today onwards, I will hand over the authority of the Southern Continent to you. What do you think?" Su Yin said. "Authority?" The Pill King was stunned. His eyes were filled with suspicion and confusion. He looked at Su Yun again and asked curiously, "Su Yun, what do you mean by that?" This sentence should be easy to understand. Since Blossom Heart Valley has won the hearts of the people, I believe that if Blossom Heart Valley governs the Southern Continent, there will definitely be many people who will support it. "Su Yun, I don't like people talking nonsense. Do you know how difficult it is to achieve what you said?" The Pill King's voice was gloomy. Unknowingly, he felt that the current Su Yun was much more frivolous than before. From what he said it so casually, as though it was a simple matter. But that was simply a fool's dream. The authority of the Southern Continent? How could it be so easily obtained? Su Yun was not an idiot. He understood what this sentence meant. "I'm not talking nonsense. Senior Pill King, you guys can stay here for now. I will go to the Southern Tiger Nation. Su Yun, don't be rash. Big Brother Su Yun, we know that your cultivation is definitely not the same as before, but you definitely do not know how strong the Southern Tiger Nation is. The current, even the Profound Sky sect, cannot compare to it. Big Brother, don't be rash." Xingyang and Xinu immediately advised. The two of them were anxious. They were obviously worried for Su Yun. Su Yun was startled. Looking at them, he laughed and did not say anything. In such a short period of time, it was hard to explain anything to them. Rather than that, he might as well do it himself. Once he was done, he would explain to them, all right, let's not talk about this now. Senior Pill King, XINU, Xingyang, I'm a little tired. Can you arrange for me to rest? No problem. The Pill King nodded his head. Looking at Chen Muyun, he said indifferently, Muyun, since you're back, bring Su Yun to rest. Yes. Chen Muyun immediately replied. Then, she brought Su Yun away. When the two of them left, the Pill King's seemingly indifferent expression was suddenly filled with worry and heaviness. His dusky yellow eyes were filled with exhaustion. Seems like Blossom Heart Valley will not be able to escape this calamity. The Pill King muttered. Master, XINU and Xingyang called out softly. The two of you go and prepare. Inform all the disciples to pack up and leave Blossom Heart Valley immediately. Escape to the north. The Medicine King said in a low voice. Escape? Su Yun saved Mu Yun. The Southern Tiger Nation will not let us go. We are powerless to resist. If we don't leave, we will be slaughtered. Then, Master, where can we escape to? Head north. There is a deep mountain in the dark region. There are many forests and illusions. We will temporarily enter the mountain and see if we can escape to a place with no one to survive. Then, Master, what should we do with these refugees? XINU looked at the people around them and asked worriedly. The Pill King hesitated for a moment. After a long while, he sighed and said softly, Tell them the truth. If they are willing to leave, then let them follow. If we bring so many refugees, I'm afraid we won't be able to go far. Xingyang could not help but say. But Blossom Heart Valley has never left them in the lurch. Even if we can't go far, we can't abandon them. XINU, Xingyang, hurry up and do it. The Pill King said tiredly. Hearing that, the two of them became serious. They looked at each other and nodded their heads. Yes, Master. The two of them left and spread the news. The disciples of Blossom Heart Valley were all startled. It happened so suddenly that no one could accept it. Furthermore, to abandon the valley, who could bear to do so? Thus, Blossom Heart Valley was in an uproar. But Su Yun, who was walking with Chun Mu, did not feel that way. Su Yun looked around and said indifferently, Elder Chun, go and rest first. I'm leaving. Leaving? Chun Mu Yun was startled. Master Su Yun, where are you going? Southern Tiger Nation. Su Yun said. Xian Air's legs tapped, and she disappeared. Master Su Yun. Master Su Yun. Chun Mu Yun shouted a few words, but Su Yun had already disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Seeing that, Chun Mu Yun's heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong. Unknowingly, he had a premonition that maybe the southern continent was going to undergo an earth-shattering change. After leaving Blossom Heart Valley, Su Yun used his fastest speed to head towards the capital of the Southern Tiger Nation. Ever since the Southern Tiger Nation unified the southern continent, all the regions have been merged by him. The structure of the continent had lost its balance. Other than the north, which was slightly more peaceful, the people in the south were in deep trouble. But the Southern Tiger King was obviously not satisfied. According to Qin Mu Yun, the Southern Tiger King had already started to prepare an army and was prepared to devour the north, with the intention of unifying the entire Sky Martial continent. He did not know who the Southern Tiger King was, but regardless of who it was, as long as they provoked the people around Su Yun, he would not hesitate to kill them. 100 light auras shot through the sky like shooting stars. With Su Yun's full speed, rushing to the Southern Tiger Nation was just a matter of time. Not long after, he was close to the newly established capital. It was a newly constructed imperial city that was situated on top of a huge mountain. Su Yun swept his gaze across the luxurious and majestic imperial city, killing intent surfacing on his face. Through his eyes, he could see the countless corpses buried under the imperial city. Constructing the imperial city required manpower. Other than spirit cultivators, there were only ordinary people. Such a magnificent city could only rely on an endless supply of manpower. This imperial city was completely built on top of corpses. Su Yun took a deep breath and stared at the countless spirit cultivators at the gates of the imperial city. He slowly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the gates. Dong! The seemingly thick and majestic iron door instantly shattered into pieces, and an earth-shattering sound spread throughout the entire imperial city. Chapter 10:10. Su Yun's palm directly smashed the city gate into pieces, and the Imperial City Guard stationed at the city gate were smashed into pieces, causing everyone to be in a mess. A large number of guards rushed over, and when they saw Su Yun standing outside, they surrounded him like lightning. "Who is it? How dare you be so impudent in the Southern Tiger Country?" A commander rode a beast and walked over. Standing in front of Su Yun, he shouted condescendingly, "Don't you know where this is? Are you all spirit cultivator-s who follow the Southern Tiger King?" Su Yun looked at the people around him and said indifferently, "I will only give you one chance. You all leave immediately and leave the power of the Southern Tiger Country. How about that?" As soon as these words were said, everyone looked at each other in dismay and then burst into laughter at the same time. Ha 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 ha! These soldiers all held their stomachs in laughter. Some of them couldn't even straighten their backs. The commander on top of the mount laughed even louder. He looked at Su Yun with a mocking expression, the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. "Brainless idiot, I think you don't know where this is at all? You want us to leave? What the hell are you thinking? Forget it. Take him down and lock him up first. This kind of brainless thing will always run out every few days." "Yes, sir." The other soldiers stopped laughing and walked towards Su Yun. "Hey, stinking brat, obediently surrender. Don't make things difficult for us," a soldier shouted. However, Su Yun had lost his patience. He wasn't a good person to begin with, so he didn't have much pity for these people. The current him didn't treat the lives of the weak the same way he did in the past. In his eyes, the lives of humans weren't much different from ants. He raised his hand, activated a bit of profound chi, and then clenched his fist. Bang! The profound chi exploded, and a circle of air rippled out in all directions. The spirit cultivators south that were close to Su Yun were instantly pierced through by the ripples, and all of them froze, motionless, as though they were petrified. Su Yun looked at the broken city wall in the distance and directly walked over. When he walked out of the encirclement of the spirit cultivator, a gentle breeze blew, and the spirit cultivator moved again, but it was not because they were deliberately moving their bodies, but because their bodies had actually turned into broken pieces, falling down piece by piece. Fresh blood, internal organs, and pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Not a single one of them, including the leader, was left intact. They were all dismembered. It was as easy as cutting grass. When the spirit cultivators who were still standing on the city walls saw this scene, they all became like statues, standing there motionlessly. Their eyes were wide open as they watched this scene in a daze. Just by moving his hand, so many spirit cultivators died. Who was that person? What was his cultivation? He's here. Run. This person is so powerful. Run. Run. When the people on the city wall saw Su Yun walk into the city gate calmly, they all ran away in panic. The commotion at the city gate quickly alarmed the Imperial Guards in the Imperial City. After knowing that an incredible expert had arrived, the commander of the Imperial Guards led the Imperial Guards to attack Su Yun's location. Su Yun had long sensed the movements of the Imperial Guards, but he did not care about them at all. Instead, he directly headed towards the center of the Imperial Palace where the spirit cultivator was. This aura was definitely that of the Southern Tiger King. Halt! A loud shout came out from beside Su Yun's ear. Raising his head, he saw a large number of spirit cultivator arranged in front of him. There were thousands of them, and on the buildings on both sides, there were a few existences with special auras. They should be the experts of the Imperial City. Su Yun casually glanced around, but did not stop and continued to walk towards the Imperial Palace. Everyone could only see the man dressed in black walking towards the thousands of spirit cultivators dressed in fresh clothes and furious horses. Was he crazy? Or was he an idiot? The strength of these Imperial Guards, no matter where they were in the Sky Martial Continent, could not be underestimated. But this guy, not the slightest bit afraid? Kill him. The commander of the Imperial Guards shouted in a low voice. The Imperial Guards immediately collapsed like a crumbling wall and rushed towards Su Yun. However, the moment they got close to Su Yun, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of Su Yun. Before anyone could react, they saw the Imperial Guards that were rushing towards Su Yun all fall to the ground. Their bodies were directly cut into pieces, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Terrified screams resounded in all directions. This scene shocked all the surrounding spirit cultivator. The commander was completely dumbfounded. Was this still something a human could do? In a breath of time, he had killed 1,000 Imperial Guards. Was he a god? For a moment, the surrounding spirit cultivator all ran away in panic. Their panicked shouts did not stop. Su Yun glanced at the people beside him and did not pay much attention to them, and directly walked towards the Imperial Palace. None of the guards on the way were able to stop him. Not long after, he was already standing outside the palace. The palace was already cold and cheerless. Corpses littered the ground along the way, and blood converged into a small river. Su Yun did not place much importance on human lives, but he did not take it lightly either. However, as the demon lord, he would definitely use iron-blooded methods to deal with existences that deserve to be killed, without the slightest bit of mercy. The people in the palace had obviously sensed that there was a supreme expert outside. Just as Su Yun arrived at the palace, the people in the palace rushed out. It was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. He was slightly fat, had extremely long hair, and a beard on his mouth. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and he sized up Su Yun, who was standing outside. He realized that he could not see through Su Yun's cultivation at all, and then looked at the corpses behind him. He knew that the person who came this time was definitely not an ordinary person. This was the king of the southern tiger country, Wang Nanhu. Su Yun had passed through all the trials and tribulations, but there was not a single wound on his body, not even a speck of dust. He stood there very calmly, and when Wang Nanhu saw this, he already knew that his strength was definitely above his own, because the other party didn't even use much strength to walk here. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do this either. I am Wang Nanhu. Greetings, master. Wang Nanhu did not dare to be negligent, and immediately cupped his fists and said respectfully, "You are the king of the southern tiger country?" Su Yun said indifferently, "That's me. However, since my lord is here, there's no need to mention the position of monarch. If my lord likes it, I can hand over the position of monarch to my lord," Wang Nanhu hurriedly said, his expression already becoming respectful. "No need. I have no interest in the southern tiger country, and I think that the southern tiger country should not exist," Su Yun said indifferently, and then took out the pitch-black death sword from his sword sheath. The slender death sword exuded a demonic aura. The ice-cold sword blade was like steel needles that pierced Wang Nanhu's entire body. Wang Nanhu's face changed and anxiously said, "Master, I don't know how I have offended you, but from the looks of it, it seems like you don't plan to let Wang Nanhu go. I am originally from the Sky Martial Continent, and here there are many of my friends. Your actions have already caused many of my friends to fall into misery, and some of them even lost their lives because of it. So I have to take revenge for them. And in all of this," Su Yun said indifferently. "You." Hearing that, Wang Nanhu's face became extremely ugly. He clenched his teeth and said, "That means you must kill me." "Yes, I'll also use you to do something." Wang Nanhu was startled. "What is it?" "Warning." Su Yun suddenly raised his left hand, his palm grabbed out, and a suction force instantly shot out from his palm. Before Wang Nanhu could even sense it, his body involuntarily flew towards Su Yun's palm. Bada! His neck was immediately grabbed by Su Yun, and he was lifted into the air. The surging power and terrifying cultivation directly suppressed all of Wang Nanhu's abilities, and he was unable to move. Wang Nanhu felt as if he was an ant that was caught by a god. Unable to retaliate? This kind of thing did not exist from the beginning to the end. Su Yun raised the death sword and slowly placed it on Wang Nanhu's neck, his face revealing a gloomy and murderous look. This chi pervaded around Wang Nanhu's body, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Especially the coldness on the death sword's body. It actually made him feel as if his soul was being frozen. He was almost stupefied. "Warning you! What are you warning me for?" Wang Nanhu felt an unprecedented fear. To warn all those who are spying on the Sky Martial Continent. This place should have its own order. Anyone who wants to establish a new order here will end up like this. Wang Nanhu panicked. He was afraid and anxiously shouted, "You! What cultivation level are you? Who the hell are you?" Wang Nanhu's voice trembled as he said, "The person you will never be able to look up to in your entire life." Su Yun bellowed. Xian'er's arm moved slightly, and the sharp sword suddenly moved. Pucci! Wang Nanhu's neck was directly cut by the death sword, blood spurting out from his neck like a fountain. His body fell, and Su Yun's left hand also took the opportunity to take Wang Nanhu's head. The palace once again returned to its desolation. But accompanying the desolation was the thick smell of blood. Su Yun looked at Wang Nanhu's head in his hands, his eyes flashing with a light. He leaped and disappeared into the horizon. To Su Yun, this trip was just a simple one. The southern tiger country was like a flash in the pan. suddenly appearing and disappearing in an instant. No one would know how Wang Nanhu died, but one thing would spread throughout the Sky Martial Continent. This continent had actually already belonged to a peerless rancor, and before defeating this peerless rancor, no one could even dream of becoming the master of this continent. Chapter 1011. Ever since Su Yun left, Chen Miyun had been sitting uneasily in his own room. He did not know whether to stand or sit, and his heart was inexplicably flustered. From time to time, the cries of the refugees due to hunger and pain could be heard from outside the door. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Chen Miyun looked over anxiously, only to see a few figures walking over. It was Pil King, Guamo Ju, and Xingyang. "Greetings, Valley Master." Chen Miyun immediately walked over and bowed. No need for formalities. Pil King nodded, then looked around and asked, "Where's Su Yun?" Su Yun." Chen Miyun opened his mouth, but did not know how to reply. Pil King saw that Chen Miyun was stuttering. His eyes revealed a hint of suspicion, and his voice became deeper. "Mu Yun, are you hiding something from me?" "This, Elder Chun, don't worry. Senior brother and Su Yun are old friends. No matter what, I will always stand by Su Yun's side. If you have anything, just tell me directly." Guamo Ju could not help but speak up. Seeing that, Chun Mu Yun hesitated for a long time, then sighed. He bowed and cupped his fists, looking like he was asking for forgiveness. "Valley Master, Mu Yun apologizes to you." "Su Yun?" "He went to the Southern Tiger Country." "Southern Tiger Nation?" Xingyang and Guamo Ju exclaimed. "Why didn't you stop him?" "Su Yun left too quickly. I cannot stop him. Please punish me, Pil King." Chen Miyun said softly. Pil King's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. He was silent for a while. Then he helped Chen Miyun up. "Mu Yun, you did not do anything wrong, and no matter what you did wrong, the people of Blossom Heart Valley will not blame you, if not for the fact that you were willing to come out and bear the calamity of the Southern Tiger Nation. How could my Blossom Heart Valley be like this today? Maybe it would no longer exist. Valley Master, since Su Yun dared to go, maybe he really has the confidence. After all, we do not know where he went after leaving Blossom Heart Valley. Maybe his current strength is not something we can imagine. Pill King said, although he was not clear about Su Yun's current situation. But when he saw Su Yun previously, he accidentally saw the indifference in Su Yun's eyes. That was the indifference of not worrying about anything, the indifference of confidence. What kind of strength could possess such a gaze? Such a state of mind? The Pill King did not know, but he dared to make a bold guess. The current Su Yun was no longer the same as before. Valley Master, Big Brother has gone to the Southern Tiger Nation alone. I'm afraid he'll be in danger. We must think of a way to prevent him from giving his life away for nothing. Xingyang, who was at the side, was already anxious. Xingyang, now is not the time to be anxious. Calm down and think carefully. Is your big brother, Su Yun, an impulsive person? Pill King said. But it's useless to be anxious now. Furthermore, my Blossom Heart Valley does not have the strength to go to the Southern Tiger Nation to save them. The only thing we can do now is to wait for news. Pill King said, no matter what Su Yun was going to do, at the very least, the Southern Tiger Nation would send news. Right now, they did not understand anything, so it was extremely irrational to go there rashly. Hearing the Pill King's words, Xingyang's anxious expression receded a little. However, the worry in his eyes was still very obvious. Just then, there was a commotion outside the house. One after another, fearful screams and exclamations sounded out. The Pill King and the rest all turned their heads and quickly walked out. However, before they could walk out of the house, a tall figure appeared at the door. Su Yun. He was actually back. He still had the same indifferent expression. Dressed in black, he carried a huge sword sheath on his back. However, at this moment, he was holding onto a bloody head. Seeing the head, everyone's face changed. Su Yun, are you all right? The Pill King glanced at the head and asked softly. I'm fine. Su Yun shook his head and laughed. Then, he handed the head over to the Pill King. What is this? Pill King's expression did not change. The head of the Southern Tiger Nation's King Nanhu. Su Yun said. As soon as these words were spoken, the room was completely silent. The Southern Tiger Nation's King Nanhu's head? What did that mean? Could it be that Su Yun had killed the Southern Tiger Nation's king? And in such a short period of time, everyone felt dazed. Their minds were blank. They could not think of what had happened. Especially Chunmu Yun. He stared blankly at Su Yun. His sunken eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. How long had it been since Su Yun left Blossom Heart Valley? In such a short period of time, according to an ordinary spirit cultivator's speed, he should still be on his way to the Southern Tiger Nation, right? However, Su Yun had already taken Wang Nanhu's head. Although no one had seen Wang Nanhu before, no one thought that Su Yun would purposely find a head to put on such a big face. What kind of person Su Yun was, the Pill King, Guamo Ju, and Xingyang were all clear. Since he had taken this head, then it must be the Southern Tiger Nation's king's head. Everyone stared blankly at the head. At that moment, they felt that it was not the head that was terrifying, but the person that was holding the head. What kind of cultivation did he have to be able to do such a thing so easily? To everyone, it was a task that was harder than ascending to the heavens. Pill King stared blankly. After a while, he said softly, Su Yun, why did you give it to me? He was originally the ruler of the southern continent. Now that you have his head, I believe that no matter if it is the south or the north, no one will doubt Blossom Heart Valley's power. The entire Sky Marshall continent will respect Blossom Heart Valley. Even if Pill King is not willing to be the master of Blossom Heart Valley, I believe you will become an unparalleled existence. Su Yun said, unparalleled existence? Su Yun, why do you want me to do this? Pill King still did not understand Su Yun's words. He completely did not understand his intentions. Su Yun laughed and said, actually, it's very simple. I just want to set up a set of rules for Sky Marshall Continent. This set of rules is based on Blossom Heart Valley's principles. And Blossom Heart Valley is this set of rules. Now that the Southern Tiger Country's King Nan, who has been killed, and the Blossom Heart Valley Master is holding his head, what will others think? They will definitely think that Wang Nan, who was killed by the people of Blossom Heart Valley. Then, there will definitely be strong martial artists in Blossom Heart Valley. In the future, if there are people like Wang Nan who, Blossom Heart Valley can completely intimidate them and make them not dare to act rashly. This is order. Hearing that, Pill King immediately understood. Su Yun wanted him to become an authoritative existence like the profound Sky Sect, to suppress all the sects in the continent and quickly end this turbulent world. Although Su Yun's actions were rash and not complicated, it had to be said that this method was the most direct and effective. The King Apothecary was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on him, as if waiting for his reply. Senior brother, if it's like this, maybe our Blossom Heart Valley can no longer be alone. In the future, it will definitely be unbearably turbulent. Just then, Gue Emoju said, Blossom Heart Valley has never been alone before. It's just that we think so. Pill King said, if we still want to continue to carry out the purpose left behind by our ancestors, we need to have new methods, not brute force, but power that we should have. With that, he extended his hand and took the head that was dripping with blood. Seeing that, Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Pill King would reject him, but he did not expect that he would still choose the path that he provided. If that was the case, Blossom Heart Valley would no longer have any worries. No matter who wanted to touch Blossom Heart Valley, they would have to think about what happened to the Southern Tiger King. With the destruction of the Southern Tiger Country, Blossom Heart Valley would no longer have any worries. But it was not over yet. To make everyone believe that the Southern Tiger King died in the hands of Blossom Heart Valley, they still had to put on a show. Pill King used Chenmu Yun as bait. Not many people knew that Chenmu Yun was saved by Su Yun. Thus, Pill King sent people to spread the news that Chenmu Yun was actually sent by Blossom Heart Valley. Their goal was to kill Wang Nanhu, and Wang Nanhu's head was the most convincing evidence. The news of Wang Nanhu being killed by Blossom Heart Valley was spread by Pill King. It immediately spread throughout the entire Sky Marshall continent. Adding the news from the Southern Tiger Country, everyone was even more convinced of the truth. In a moment, everyone's attention towards Blossom Heart Valley reached its peak. Pill King thought that at this time, he should do something special to numb the eyes of everyone. However, Su Yun thought that it was enough to continue with the matters of Blossom Heart Valley. Everything was normal, and that was the most unusual thing. All sorts of tyrants quietly descended upon Blossom Heart Valley and quietly investigated, as though they wanted to know what the real Blossom Heart Valley was like. However, all of them were knocked unconscious by Su Yun and sent out of the valley. When they woke up, they realized that they had already been exposed, and all of them left in a panic. Since then, Blossom Heart Valley's strength had become an unsolvable mystery in the Sky Marshall continent. Regardless if it was Pill King or Su Yun, they did not care about it. After Wang Nanhu's death, Blossom Heart Valley focused all of their energy on rebuilding and healing. The entire valley was extremely busy. Even Xingyang and Xianyu were perspiring profusely as they entered and exited. Seeing the bustling scene, Su Yun could not help but laugh. Calculating the time, it was time to leave. Xianyu, Xingyang, come over. Su Yun, who was standing at the passageway, looked at the man and woman walking over and shouted. The current Su Xingyang and Su Xianyu were no longer the naive young boys and girls that they used to be. The current them was much more mature and steady. Hearing Su Yun's call, the two of them stopped what they were doing and quickly ran over. Big brother, The two of them shouted. This voice made Su Yun indescribably moved. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.